Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin, and welcome back to another session of Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless, all content, fire spells only, routing/scouting. Since I'm on time today, I started speaking before it turned 11:04. I will take just a second in order to thank our wonderful contributors during this month's cycle, and then we will catch up with our chat, which I will do right now. So, these placards, these appreciation placards, which I do read at the start of every stream, and I do mean every stream, are the smallest way I have to give back to people who support my work, whether that be on Twitch. You know, Kick, when I get that placard up, I gotta do some things with the templating. That does take a little bit of time. You know, Patreon, coffee, and so on. Anyone who buys a continuous membership or subscription package and or makes a one-time donation of $2 or more. Again, only if you really like my work. Please don't donate your life savings. That I would feel really guilty about that, and then there would have to be a whole chargeback process and everything. No one wants to deal with the chargeback process. But I've stalled long enough. Let's read these placards. Thank you to Mr. Gordo Goku for their continued maintenance of their Valkyrie tier membership over on Patreon. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges of that membership package, good sir. Thank you to Mr. Rasby the Player for their continued renewal of their Valkyrie tier coffee membership. Thank you so much once again. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges of that membership package, good sir. And while I do not have any current Twitch subscribers or one-off contributors, I would like to thank people who either purchased a subscription, gifted a subscription, or otherwise made a donation during the month cycle or in the past. I really appreciate that. And while donations don't come with the usual bells and whistles that all the other placards do, well, sorry, my brain is blanking. I just had breakfast today. I literally ate before sitting down on camera. The one-time donations, even though they lack the bells and frills and whistles of the other placards, this is one of the more direct ways to support my work, simply because you like my work, and for that I say thank you. Much appreciated. Let's go ahead and click these. I'll eventually have this on the action dock as well, or on the stream deck. Greetings to you, Mr. Jason. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I do apologize for the lack of Discord reply. I was quite busy this morning. Thank you, Saribot, for the scam span ban. Awesome. Lovely. Mr. Jason says, before you went live, good sir, you had an interesting before I went live, you had an interesting conversation with some Discord friends. You shared a video of Mr. Jason's Hotel Chocolat Patisserie Chocolate Ostrich Easter Egg, and someone said, is this you in the video? This is bigger than I was expecting. Can't wait to buy 5 of those. And someone else said, it's Mr. Jason's Discord name, confirmed. Then Mr. Jason goes on to say, you said maybe, maybe not, but actually it's not me, and I can prove it. In the title, ... a 90-pound Easter egg? First off, I have always typed you've always typed it as 90 pounds and 0 pence and not 90 pounds. Yeah, I would be the type of person to shortcut that. Second of all, with the question mark exclamation mark after egg, why would you be shocked? This year's is your second purchase. Too true. Too true. Yeah, that sounds like either a copycat or, you know, someone else whose username just so happens to be the one you describe. Just gonna put my cup over here. Mr. Jason says, and someone responded with a gift that said facts. Too true. Facts. So first, a little bit of a streamer deck update. Okay, it has to be like a honest rotation. I have all of the I have all the tracks I use with the exception of the Seinfeld one. That one I still have to click put into the stream deck so I can do this. I don't have the decrementer put onto the stream deck yet, but now I can make the noise and more importantly, you know, increment the counter at the same time. I used to have to do that sequentially. I am using voice mod in order to make that happen. What I need from everyone is to tell me if the tracks are audible, if everyone is up to doing that. And maybe, you know, with it not on the title screen, let's do that first. As a separate addendum, there's a new patch that has rolled out. I have not downloaded the new patch yet. I'm a little bit torn because, you know, it kind of nerfs the sacrificial axe a little bit. It doesn't nerf it directly. It makes on-kill effects have a 5-second cooldown as opposed to a 3-second cooldown. So it's kind of a nerf in AoE situations, but it's not a nerf in other capacities. Because we're likely not using the axe for that in the first place. But, you know, there we go. Okay, alright. Mr. Jason says, people know Mr. Jason so well. Too true, good sir. Too true. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you've discovered a really amazing discovery recently. That's a redundant sentence, redundant 6 set of words right there. And so now this marks 2 amazing discoveries that you've made. Do tell. While you are doing that, though, I do need the use of your ears, if you don't mind, Mr. Jason. I need you to tell me, you know, how loud these are for you. I did put a limiter on top of the voice mod, so it should never actually pierce people's ears. Like, that should be a thing that doesn't happen. However, I'm worried that the tracks might be a bit too quiet, depending on what it is. You're listening, good sir? Very well. I'll increment the counter some more with the other buttons. So now, like the tiny clap there, that's probably going to be quiet no matter what it is. But that's fine. That's kind of the point. Okay. Mr. Jason says, you heard the clap, you heard the laugh, all good volumes, good sir. You heard that sound as well. Okay, yes, and then everything is working as expected. That's awesome. I can now actually even go far as to say I can detect like dropped frames on this thing and what my current CPU usage is. Have I mentioned I love my Stream Deck yet? sorry. That's a being a bit. I'm absolutely geeking out over this thing. Over the course of basically this morning and yesterday evening, I managed to program those 6 buttons, and so eventually I will get bunches of other buttons like incremented, and then we can move on. My ultimate goal with the Stream Deck is to put all of the soundboard alerts on that, and then I can get rid of the soundboard plugin on OBS. And because it's going through voice mod, right? One other thing I can do with voice mod, this was something I paid into a long time ago, and then couldn't really make effective use of it, is I will actually be able to shuffle my voice on the fly, and maybe even pay people to, not pay people, you know, put that as like a channel point reward where someone changes my voice to be something random for like, I don't know, 5 minutes or something. That is my ultimate goal with this, is now that I have this streamer deck, there are lots of things I can do with it. There are lots of things I could do with this. Let's see, where are we in our split? Okay, and I'm forgetting what the boss of Jail Cave is, but that'll be a fun little discovery. Mr. Jason says, if you could move the splits down a little bit, you could add a Coin Geeks Out over his Stream Deck counter. I don't intend on geeking out on it for too long. Basically only the week in which I receive it. After that, it should calm down. But everyone's been excited that I've mentioned the Stream Deck too. Whether that's the various like community, not subreddits, discords, various community discords I'm part of. All of them have been very supportive, and my own sibling loves this. I can't wait to program a litany of things into this. Mr. Jason says, the first discovery of something amazing was over 8 months ago, good sir. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. And now you have seen a potential listing of Super Mario Brothers Wonder, Nintendo Switch 2 Edition plus Meetup in Bella Bell Park for £54, which expires in 3 days, and so you have to make a decision. But £54 means that it's only a little bit more worthwhile, as it is only £4 and 1 pence over more compared to £17 more. Yeah. So now you're suffering a little bit from FOMO, aren't you? FOMO, for those that don't know, is fear of missing out. That is a good deal, but were you not wanting to budget for other stuff? Even if you bought it on sale, right? Like bought the DLC pack on sale, would it not only be like an abject 10 minutes of joy, and then you're right back to where you were before you purchased it? Things to think about. Okay. So last time despite having to do all the splits on the fly, we got a nice warm welcome into Caelid proper. We cleared basically 11. Now let me do the counting here. 3, 6, 9. Let's see, 12, 13 splits. That's not half bad. I have not done any off stream scouting or anything on the other file. That will be coming this weekend after I program the shiny new toy. But I think we made good progress yesterday. Our goal today is to make it down here to where this map stele is. Why? Because one of my favorite dragons is down there. And that dragon will be a good test of, you know, what our offensive capabilities are looking like. Because boy, does that dragon have HP galore. Mr. Jason says, nah, good sir. Mr. Jason bought the original game and then only played a couple levels and went back to Animal Crossing New Horizons. And so Mr. Jason would still have a good majority of the game, and so it might be worth buying that deal. Fair. Yeah, if you haven't played much of it, yeah, that would be a reason to buy the game. Because now you're getting the complete version. Makes sense. Mr. Jason says, plus, Mr. Jason doesn't get affected by FOMO, good sir. Everyone gets affected by FOMO. Everybody. Even I get affected by FOMO. I get affected by it a lot. Because I often have to pass on things I simply cannot afford. But, I suppose if you've got money, you would be affected by FOMO less. I would be very willing to agree with that. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason actively chose to not buy Pokemon Pokopia despite it being insanely popular. Yeah, too true. That's fair. Yeah, FOMO is like a psychological thing. Humans can't... You could resist it, but eventually, you know, the facade slips, and you do, in fact, crack and are affected by, like, the anxiety and the desire to get something you can't have. But I get what you meant, good sir. Welcome on in, Angie Philosopher. Welcome back. Good to see you. Good compeer. You've come in right at the beginning. You know, we were just chatting away. But otherwise, yeah, welcome on in. Have a seat and get comfortable. Angie Philosopher says, not tired of coding yet, so you're just going to have me in the background a bit. Sure, yeah, do whatever you want. If you want to lurk and work on code, lurk and work on code. I'm perfectly fine with that. I try to be a lurker-friendly stream whenever I can. Mr. Jason says you'll rephrase then, good sir. Mr. Jason doesn't get affected massively by FOMO, good sir. There you go. See, you're allowing the potential of your humanity to rebel against you. You're accounting for that when you say the thing. When you say stuff. I try to tell everybody to do that. Are you accounting for your emotions when you say what you're saying? Because if not, you probably should. Otherwise, you're gonna look like a hypocrite when you get betrayed. And maybe not even on purpose. And there are a few things the internet dislikes more than hypocrisy. Mr. Jason says, but Mr. Jason is quite steadfast in Mr. Jason's principles like you, good sir. I'm flattered you think I'm steadfast in my principles, but I appreciate that nonetheless. I wonder if I would be so steadfast if I, you know, if I swapped places with you or with someone else who had money, would I not simply abandon my principles because it is no longer pragmatic for me to hold them? I don't know. Mr. Jason says you are with the Nintendo Switch 2, good sir. You respect how steadfast I am. Being broke helps, but even if I weren't broke, yeah, I appreciate the sentiment, good sir. Let's get our lantern on and let's get to work. Jail Cave is interesting. There are lots of enemies in Jail Cave that I don't know if Rain of Fire can spawn behind the cages. That'll be a neat little test, actually. That is toward the outside. Oh yeah, and also I hope everyone's everyone has a good weekend, of course. I hope you guys got some good weekend plans. I don't really have any plans other than thinking perhaps about my birthday on the 8th of April. That's something I'm thinking about. And I know I pretty much want a quiet birthday. And I'm glad I make your Friday, good sir. I'm glad I make your whole week, as it turns out. Right, I'm making sure there aren't... I don't think there's an illusory wall here. I do think I'm good. I can rely on my eyeballs here. But yeah, I hope everyone is, is thinking about what kind of a weekend they want to have, and I hope everyone has a good weekend. I hope everyone has a good rest of their life as far as I'm concerned, but at least a good weekend. Wow, they will do the headbutt thing if you let them, huh? Okay, I'll have to bear that in mind. Yeah, I'm mostly going to be spending my weekend playing with the shiny new toy. And on top of that, thinking about my birthday. I'll be 34 this year. Yeah, in 2026. I will be 34. And, you know, I will be 1 year... Yeah, go ahead and breathe your fire, good sir. What, are you not going to give me the purchase? Oh, okay, so this has all the Titanite lizard type attacks. Okay. Yeah, if only I could knock it out with a powerful spell. Mr. Jason says, today has been amazing, good sir. You have some fun, 240 pounds. Have chilled with Twilight Blitz and Mango Misu, and now you have wonderful times with the Mr. Coin. The only thing that could make this day any better is a surprise Miss Carly stream. Yeah, I miss her. I would like to see her stream too, good sir. But she's doing what is best for her health and for her life. I totally get that. Lots of people are checking out of the internet and digitized life these days. Mr. Jason says, as of your last check, both Ceramic Games and Twilight Blitz, good sir, you have accumulated 920,800 channel points between the two of them, right? Or is that like per channel? Okay, roll behind them, and then the fight kind of becomes easy. Okay, okay. Between both, good sir? Very well, Mr. Jason. Oh, right. Yeah, that's Mr. Jason. Right, I forget there are weak floors in a place like this. Look, just look at all these corpses. That's a definition of a jail right there. Now, I wonder if we could do this. Oh, there's not enough ceiling space to make that happen. There's not enough ceiling space to make that happen. Okay, okay. Learning is good. I was hoping for some free runes is what it is, but that's fine. There's a lever in here. I've been in Jail Cave many times. There is a lever in here that we can pull that will open all those doors, and then we can get all of those delicious runes in the form of the corpses just hanging out in there. And I believe that lever is... It's either this lever or another lever in the same room that will open it up. I would like to pull the leather lever. Can you tell which one I said first? Rhetorical question, don't answer that. The point is I misspeak quite a bit. I really dislike it. It's what happens when I speak quickly. I'm going to hopefully kill in one shot. Pull the lever, Krong. Wrong lever! Oh, hello. Nice to see you. Oh, we do have to watch out. I believe there are some, like, poison mines that are laid out. I would actually love to have that as a consumable item. But there are these little kind of rock-like objects that if you step on them, throw out a puff of poison gas. And they poison really quick. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, you have until Sunday to decide if you want the Super Mario Brothers Wonder, like Nintendo Switch 2 Edition and Meetup in Bellabelle Park for £54, but you're not overly bothered if you decide against it, as you would probably find it as cheap or cheaper in the future. Possibly. Possibly. It basically nullifies the amount the DLC costs. That's kind of what that price does. Almost. Just gotta mind the corners. Gotta make sure we're not getting ambushed. There are also rats in here as well. Gotta look both ways before you cross the street, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary people. Just always look both ways before you cross the street. Ah! And if I'm lucky, I don't think they move too quick for Rain of Fire, so I'm gonna elect not to cast it. Yeah, they did a leaping strike. Yeah, they can sometimes do that. Not much to do about it except dodge. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. For the DLC is £16 and 99 pence, so £17. And you could get the full physical bundle for just £4 and 1 pence more than the Nintendo Switch version. Yeah. Yeah, that is something you could do. Right, we gotta look for the lever, which means going this way. Yeah, I've got a few more sound effects from when I did edited LPs back in the day on Voice Meter. Remember, roll behind them. And that'll give us all the time we need from when I did, you know, edited LPs. I still do them, but, you know, not with the same frequency I once did. And I think everyone's going to enjoy the enjoy what I've put in as a sample. I've also edited a couple more sounds to go in the sexy folder. Oh no, I'm glad I looked at that. Let me fix this. It's this one, right? Yeah, okay. The soundboard was killed for some strange reason, so let me find the thing. Let me see if I get the one I just put in there. No, but there is a great fairy moan in there. There is a great fairy moan in there. I put an old World of Warcraft joke in there. Yeah, fun story about the World of Warcraft jokes. Some of them were... Okay, so technically what it is there were a bunch of lines, you know, back in like the early days of the World of Warcraft expansions that were added in. A lot of them said to the effect of, they're mine, they're real, and they can cut glass. Now, you might think that might be talking about hooves or something, but no, it's definitely a sex joke. That's what that's there for. I will let people fill in the blanks on what they're talking about when they say cut glass, or my man tried to give me a bone, an ordinary bone. Oh wait, you thought I meant, oh. Something like that. Obvious sex joke, right? Well, I want to say either in... I think in Dragonflight or in Shadowlands, a bunch of those jokes, regardless of how crude they might be, got removed at about the same time that that Blizzard Activision, which is who makes and maintains World of Warcraft, got called out for making a toxic workplace for women to work in. So what was their response? To remove the jokes, some of which were offensive, and I stand behind them being removed. And there are some that were removed that I'm like, wait, what? Why was this offensive? Why was this removed? It wasn't removed for any, like, real reason, I could tell you that. I'm sorry, I rolled. You stop that. I'm gonna have to heal now, maybe. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, on the website where you can get Super Mario's Mario Brothers Wonder, you know, the edition you mentioned earlier, for £54, they have put up their prices for the 12-month Nintendo Switch online membership from £14.85 to £17.85. But that is a problem for 2029, Mr. Jason, to solve. Too true, and hopefully our world will still exist by that time, you know, and it isn't nuked into Armageddon, you know, because everyone is rattling their nuclear sabers like mad. I'm really, really scared for the future, where we are converging on all of the bad timelines from, like, Cyberpunk and Fallout, and we have none of the technology to go with it. We don't get the super cool laser rifles. Only the government has those. We, in fact, don't get cybernetic implants. Only Cyberpunk has those. I hate this. I hate this amalgamated timeline. We're speedrunning 1984. Like it's no one's business. Mr. Shiny says, Twitch doesn't support keyboard artists. Tell me what else is new. You wrote another short story for it to exceed the 500 character limit. Out of frustration, you deleted it. Sadness. I wouldn't have minded it in multiple posts. I don't know if I would be able to quote that necessarily, because the quote has to be all in one, but I wouldn't have minded seeing that. The soundboard should be working. Yeah, it is working. I made sure it was enabled. Sorry, it was... Thank you for the check-in, Mr. Shiny. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope that you enjoy your stay. You've come in at the beginning of the... relative beginning of the, session, that is. You will do this thing, at least. Too true. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, in the UK we have 3 diseases for aminals. Yes, I'm 5. Animals. Mad cow disease, we have that here in the States too. Bird flu and swine flu. What is this, Farmageddon? I mean, yeah, it could be Farmageddon, might as well be. Not only is there that, but, you know, monkeys have diseases, and I'm talking about the animal before anyone says, oh, you're referring to black people. No, I'm making it very clear I'm referring to animals here. No, black people are not disease-ridden pests. I will not stand for obvious racism when people accuse me of it. Absolutely not. I feel it. I have to put that disclaimer on that word now. Because of how defiled it is over... you know, and when I say the defiled, I am talking about the word there. Like, no one can say the word monkey without having to clarify what you mean. That's kind of a problem when people, you know, use insults and words willy-nilly. They stop holding or harboring their original meanings and gain new, unintended meanings, and I really dislike that when people do that. Use words for the right reasons, people. Anyway, you know, sheep have diseases. Yeah, like, just don't do weird things with animals. It's not hard. Let's open this door. And now we have unlocked the floodgates. Let me go back to where we fell in, which I think would be right up here. Yeah, now don't trap myself in here. A pear, a fruit. You mean the fruit? Oh, let's not. That was bad. That was bad. I looked at chat for a split second, and all of a sudden, well, you know. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you usually support the My Nintendo Store UK at the full price of £66.99, but as you said earlier, good sir, you couldn't in good conscience support Super Mario Bros. Wonder Nintendo Switch 2 edition. Oh my goodness. Looking at chat is deadly. Looking at chat is real deadly in this place. Nintendo Switch 2 edition and meetup in Bella Bell Park. Mr. Jason says, it is imperative that you make that distinction. Mr. Shiny, too true. Swap over, and that would be a... I'll eventually get to where I could do that faster, but I have to like, I'm either pressing 2 buttons or I'm turning a dial and then pressing a button to make that work. But yeah, I've got pretty much most of the applause tracks rolled right on in, right on into the Stream Deck. I am loving my new digital toy, and it's not I would have thought the small version of this is fairly limited, right? Because normally Stream Decks are like 30 buttons. They're like the size of a real keyboard or something, but I actually quite like the small version because, you know, I got Burger King hands, everybody, for context. Tiny hands. Tiny hands. It only takes 2 of my hands to cover the screen there. So I do not have big hands at all. Mr. Jason says, exclamation mark command add Coin Geek, exclamation mark Coin Geek. Mr. Coin Geek's out over his Stream Deck count times. Yes, I need to stop doing that. Sorry, I am definitely commenting about the shiny new toy entirely too much, but I can't help it. You guys helped pay for this. I keep needing to reiterate this part. I would not have this without people, you know, subbing and, you know, gifting subs on Twitch and elsewhere. That would just not be a thing that happens, like, ever. I would still be, you know, using my left hand, and I still have to use my left hand on some things, but eventually I won't have to use my left hand for anything outside of, like, holding a controller, or, like, occasionally moving a mouse for something. Because it's not like the streamer deck, excuse me, does not, you know, make it so I don't have to click on things. I still have to click. I still have to move. But all of the soundboard stuff, or the things that are automated on command, I can oh, yep, no, we definitely don't want that. Interesting. So what? Oh, I guess the third page doesn't have buttons. Okay. Things to think about. I appreciate the latitude, Mr. Jason. Let's cast our solitary healing spell, and let's continue moving. Yeah, look, see, there's all of those in the back too. Yeah, some of these jail cells, so to speak, have treasure in them, and so you very much want to actually obtain them. Did that say is that a pillory shield? Or a pillory shield? Yeah, it is. Increases vitality and drains death buildup. Wow, this did not have an effect before. This was a joke shield before. Now it's a real shield. Yeah. Made to punish serious felons. Yeah, the unserious felons did not get put in a pillory. Mr. Jason says, as it stands right now, good sir, you can get the Super Mario Bros. Wonder Nintendo Switch 2 edition plus Meetup in Belleville Park for £56 and 85 pence, which is already £10 and 14 pence less than Nintendo UK. On that website, you mentioned that you could get it for £54. Right? Yeah. So you're finding some good bargains, is what I am hearing from that. You are finding some good bargains. I believe there were some doors on the way in up top. Yeah. This would have led to the initial area. Glad I checked that. And this would have led us to the fake hole. And I believe if I go back up this way... Yeah, there's the... No, actually... Okay, no, there's the rest site. Gotcha. All right, there are a few internals that I've forgotten about, or did not remember clearly. Now I have them. Mr. Jason says you were looking on eBay, sir, earlier, good sir. That's not good for Mr. Jason. I failed to imagine why. You saw a Nintendo Switch 2 dock set for £80 or £89 and 95 pence, and Mr. Jason was like, "Why? You could get it new for £3 more." Yeah. Now, I should say there are definitely some things that I would never buy used. Electronics are one of them. I would never buy electronics that are used without a good reason. You want those new. Very well, Mr. Jason. Take your time. Take your time. I will be here mapping the place out as expected. Oh, yep, definitely not. Yeah, you really gotta watch your six around here. I might have to go get a nasal strip. I might need to do that. Yeah, I might, Coin might actually need to go get a nasal strip, today. I have been quite stuffy, and I do not know, really why. It's been unusually bad today. And I'm getting a bunch of post-nasal drip today, too. I'm not sick, just, I always have post-nasal drip. It's just worse today. Mr. Shiny says, to your memory, it's your greatest streak thus far. Too true. Congratulations on the 20 stream streak, good sir. Truly, I do mean that. Stream streaks are not easy to maintain in today's world. You know, especially because a lot of times people are working, or they're working 2 and even 3 jobs to make ends meet. So I really appreciate the fact that you can even do that at all. I'm appreciative of anyone who can even attend the stream once. Not even on a streak, because I know how hard life is right now. I think a lot of the old ways of life have sort of died out. And what we're left with is what I loathsomely refer to as techno-feudalism. I feel like we're approaching techno-feudalism. Like, in a way, all this new technology kind of serves to put us back in the past in a weird way, where the coat of paint is different. The coat of paint is different, but you know, it's about who you know. Your ability to find work is based on who you know, more than what you know. If it's even based on your knowledge and skill set at all. That's kind of more by the wayside. Yes, jobs still require them, but you have to have those to be employable in the first place. Mr. Shiny says there's your friend on whose streams you're having a 79 stream streak. Awesome. I'm glad for them and you. I'm glad for everyone. I try not to be a competitive streamer. That is to say, I recognize that streaming is a competition, right? We are ultimately pulling views from each other. There's nothing wrong with admitting the adversarial nature of work on the platform. You know, people only have the internet bandwidth to, you know, watch but so many streamers, or people can only be active on content so much during the day. Eventually, as much as people want to gin up cooperation, and I do think that's a good idea to do, at the end of the day, though, you still have to compete. You know, in any job. I believe this is where... also, I should make sure we have enough oil pots, just in case. You ultimately have to compete in any job market, and streaming is no different. We just like to make it less adversarial, because competing to hold the attention of people is a really hard task, indeed, no matter what you're doing. Oh, I think this is the Beastmen of Fair Missoula duo. I think that's what that is. I'm gonna write that in the split and then adjust it accordingly. And in that case, I probably want to make sure that... we have a Cursed Blood pot available for marking. There are a lot of duo fights in Caelid. Absolutely. What am I doing? Right, I'm putting the lantern on this slot. Although, actually, we probably don't need the lantern in there. Hold on, I'm looking at... I'm trying to do some inventory management. No! Oh my god, I wanted to turn off that. That's fine, we can make another one. Gotta not press wrong buttons. Mr. Shiny says, yeah, among streamers that might be the case, but the fans would get to each other's throats for their favorite streamer. Yeah, the parasocial nature of it, right? Like, there's nothing that replaces the, you know, when people foster communities, and those communities are, in fact... Oh, no. This is not the one I thought it was. Okay, I will amend this at a... Nice. I will amend this at when I can. Oh, I just kind of spammed and did not get that codex entry. Yeah, I am not playing up to par today. I need to make notes on this so I don't forget to do that. It's fine. Where is this? Right, it ought to be right here. Yeah, it's the you can't escape the fundamental nature of the platform, and the fundamental nature of, you know, streaming platforms is that they are a competitive space. You cannot escape that. You shouldn't even try to escape that. Mr. Shiny says, you might have been unprepared, but you seem to have axed your foe. I did. I did axe him. Awesome stuff. Good pun work. Good quip, good sir. That's several codex entries I've missed so far. Like at least a handful of them. I really don't like the fact that that's happened. Mr. Jason says, whenever someone kappas. Mr. Jason, kappas. Are we doing a kappa train now? Is that what's happening? Might be. Oh, look, if we wanted a way out to Limgrave, this would be a way you could do it. But for now, though... And Mr. Shiny Cap is to keep symmetry. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. We do take commercial breaks at the top of each and every hour, and that is what that warning was for. We do take commercial breaks around here. When the time comes, which will be in about 4 minutes from now, there will be a timer to the left of my webcam here that reads for 3 minutes and 0 seconds. And during that time, I'm clearing my throat a lot, I've noticed. During that time, you know, ads on Twitch will be playing, and I will be getting up to take a stretch break. And I highly encourage you guys to take a stretch break along with me. It will make your it'll make your time pass by faster, and you don't have to watch ads. However, spend the time whatever way you wish. Once that timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will be back from my stretch break. The ads will be over, and we can pick up right where we left off. Mr. Shiny says, or I'm sorry, Mr. Jason says, your content is truly captivating, Mr. Coin. Oh my goodness. Where is this? I'm still getting used to the setup on this. That would be a... captivating, even. Stretchy, but it works. I'll get a feel for the rhythm of how I want to interface with all this stuff. Truly, I promise. Now, let's go out to the main road and let's marvel in all the wondrous sights. There is some grass. Is that a blighted stray? Yeah, I think that is a blighted stray. I shouldn't have popped it like that. We'll have to find another one. These guys might be too agile for that. Maybe not. Never mind. Rain of Fire. Kernifer really made this spell cook. What can I say? Mr. Jason says, in the UK, good sir, the Nintendo Switch 2 dock set is £92 and 99 pence, and is the most expensive accessory that they have made. I gotta be extra careful here. So Mr. Jason uses that as a denominator of how much spare funds that Mr. Jason has. For example, good sir, you made another discovery earlier today. In the next few weeks with both of Mr. Jason's accounting, you have 5 Nintendo Switch 2 dock sets worth spare. And Mr. Jason is actually just £42 and 99 pence, short of a sixth one. Nice. That's awesome. Being financially secure is a good thing. I will definitely not say no to an Art of War there. And let's get this rest site while we're here. I believe the second stele will show us Aeonia, as I call it. Which would be that, like, rotted swamp way out there with all the scarlet blossoms that have yet to bloom. Yeah, that's what these vine-like things with the flowers on them are. These are scarlet rot flowers. In addition to fungus, unlike rot water, we have these things. And guess what? There are rune pieces on top of that. Yay! Said no one ever. We will be skipping those. There's a really infamous one out in the heart of Aeonia that I have died to multiple times. It's very... I want it so bad, but that has to be a skip. Mr. Shiny says Mr. Shiny has completed Ori and the Will of the Wisp yesterday and couldn't stop crying for the next hour. But Mr. Shiny isn't ashamed, as the game deserved every shed teardrop. Too true, good sir. Too true. See everyone after the break. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Hopefully we all had a wonderful commercial break. Let's check up on our chats here. I do not see anything. Oh, streamer.bot is not logged in. I knew I was forgetting an application today when I pressed the go live. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, good, Mr. Coin, good sir. Thank you. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, one part of Mr. Jason's troll-sized, our troll-level creator cosmic-sized brain is thinking that is a really good deal for, you know, the game you keep mentioning. But Mr. Jason is also thinking you quite like that you have 240 pounds to spare right now, and so you're not sure if you want to purchase it. Yeah, I would kind of be the same way. And given your earlier thoughts on the game, I know where I would sit regarding all that, and that is to say, I probably would not buy it, not even on the bargains that you were talking about earlier. But I am not you, good sir. You're the one that has to wrestle with that decision, which you clearly are continuing to do when the conversation is going like this. To touch on what Mr. Shiny was saying earlier, yeah, I've heard people say that Ori and the Will of the Wisp is a very beautiful, touching story. Makes you, it's one of the Metroidvanias that make you feel things, which is kind of rare. And it wasn't rare back then, but in an era where gaming is kind of like becoming soulless slop in some ways, being able to feel things from your medium of choice is good. Really good. It's an unfortunate side effect of art being industry, the whole sometimes things become slop when everything is about becomes about financial profit. Then, well, inevitably what you will get is slop, especially when it is applied to art. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, Twilight Blitz said that would last you a day. That would last me a day. No regrets about Mr. Jason's Hotel Chocolat Ostrich Egg. And you said, silly Mr. Blitz, first you have to purchase the famous €1 and 50... I'm not even sure what the decimal denomination for the euro is. It might just be decimal euros or something. Chocolate bar before you really push the boat out for the €100 Hotel Chocolat Ostrich Egg. Has he not sampled the raw chocolate first? Is he like new to Hotel Chocolat? I would assume so. Most people don't spend that much on or don't spend Hotel Chocolat prices for chocolate. They really don't. I feel like there's a rune piece up here. Let's see if I'm right. I feel like there's something. There's at least something on one of these. Pain. Abject pain. Abject pain. There should have been something up here. A little item or a rune or something. Mr. Jason says, for context, good sir, the €1.50 chocolate bar is something that he randomly said once that he passed up in a store, and you've made it the butt of the joke since, and he laughs every time you refer back to it. Of course. Sorry, I couldn't get to the mic in time. Yeah, I can imagine. Chocoholics love a good opportunity to rib people for passing on the fine chocolate that's available for purchase. I do wonder what we're...
Welcome.
What?
Yes, right this way. Right this way.
I've never had a merchant speak to me from that distance before.
Welcome, valued customer. Come, trade in our wandering emporium. Please, buy something. I'm hungry. I've been hungry so long. Please?
We'll see what you got. Dude, you're not gonna like it. I'm gonna buy a poison bloom from you so that you can eat, but I'm not gonna buy anything else, unfortunately. When the merchant says, please, I'm so hungry, buy something, please. And you're like, but you don't have anything I want to buy. You have nothing that I want to buy. What am I supposed to say to that? Buy it. If I were interacting with this merchant in real life, I would buy the cheapest thing on hand out of politeness. That's what I would do. Mr. Jason says, and then the wonderful Pixel Melly has mentioned in the past that she wants to purchase 5 Hotel Chocolat ostrich eggs at the same time. You don't know why, good sir. That's 500 euro for Pixel Melly. Yeah, I mean, some people just want luxury. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, absolutely nothing wrong with that. But, okay. Ooh, I could either have a regular plain old dagger, or I can have a wakizashi. I think a dagger will be better. This is cooler to use, but I think the correct answer is to use the dagger. So I'm going to use the dagger. And then the Regalia of Eocade's kind of a cool weapon. The charged attack basically gets the bell-bearing hunter property, where it becomes a dancing blade. It's really cool. I wish I could I actually can demonstrate it. It's got a nice little. We've got the stats to use this. I might equip it and show it off just so you guys can see it, because I do think that's cool. But I will definitely not be using it. Mr. Jason says, of course, good sir, but Mr. Jason is curious as to why 5 at the same time? Maybe for family? That would be where my headspace is at. Like, well, you know, probably for her. Mr. Jason says, but is the dagger fire spells only? So here's the deal. I'm glad you said that. I realize you're being sarcastic, good sir. Hence the kappas. I do get that. But slightly increases fire attack power. Does that only apply to melee attacks, though? That's what I want to know. So here's the deal. I'm gesturing with my right hand like that matters. I am allowed to use anything as long as I do not actually strike a creature with it. That is, that's the trick. I'm allowed to damage and kill enemies with fire spells or my bare fists. I'm always allowed the use of my bare fists in any challenge run ever. Those are just straight up team hitless rules, no doctoring required. Exclamation mark ER hitless if you want to see the Reforged specific version of the hitless rules that I've compiled. I'm only allowed to kill things or deal damage to things with fire spells. But I can use any offhand I want for other purposes. Because if that were literal, right? Let's say that sarcasm was genuine. What would happen then is the sacrificial axe or the sword of night and flame I'm using in offhands would be illegal. It would just straight up be illegal. I would have to keep that offhand empty. I would literally be enforcing a more severe handicap for myself. Now, I'm sure that would make the run more entertaining, but Mr. Jason says, Coin Stamp makes notes. I still need to make that emote. I'll get right on that this weekend. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, whenever you do text like that, especially with the kappa, it is 100% sarcasm. Absolutely, good sir. I chose to use your sarcasm as a means to springboard and say something genuine. I do that a lot, and I know that kind of throws people off. Like, dude, it's sarcasm. It's not that deep. Laugh. Just laugh. It's okay. You can laugh. You can not comment on the sarcasm. You don't have to do that. It's one of my conversational quirks that I have tried to work on, because I realize when people are wanting to go hee hee ha ha funny, we don't want to hear that being followed up with something serious, right? We want to hear laughter, because that's the whole point. Laugh. Like, cut loose. Oh, come on. See, this is what I'm talking about. I'll go through that platforming motion again, where, like, we'll platform, right? And let's say there is a rune piece or something at the top of this. Imagine this being way, way high up. You know, we don't have, like, these hills underneath us. What do you think would happen? I would fall off and die, right? It would take me. It would have taken me 3 attempts, 3 reloads just to get that. Just not at all what you want to see out here. And look, even just this fall, would kill me right here. I hope Caelid's terrain makes it clear when I say I'm going to skip more rune pieces here. This is what I mean. Is lots of these things are not, like, not safe to grab at all, like, whatsoever. Yeah, sit right there, Mr. Dragonfly. Thank you very much. However, I will say, even though I would be skipping a lot of those rune pieces, they are impressive to pull off. If you could get those types of rune pieces first try, everyone in the Reforged Discord and perhaps elsewhere will be singing your praises. Absolutely. I gotta be careful, because there is a rot disciple right there. And it's raining again. You see, good sir, with insert name of game that Mr. Jason has mentioned at least 1 million times just today on that website. You could purchase it and still have 170 pounds, but Mr. Jason knows all too well that Mr. Jason starts spending, it does typically end up going downhill from there. Oh, so poor impulse control, is that what I understand that to be? Even just dodging causes them to, like, wake up. There's no noise here. Maybe, good sir, it's all right. I'm not trying to attack you. You know, my sibling says the same thing. They say that they have sometimes poor impulse control. Some days it's better than others. But they acknowledge their history plain, and there's nothing wrong with that. You're not the only person that struggles with impulse control. I can struggle with it too. I sometimes did. It's harder to say. It's harder to lack impulse control when you're broke, of course. But even if I did have money, impulse, like getting control over your impulses is a skill. Oh, that's not great. No. Oh, yep. I was not trying to do that. 1 second. Mr. Jason says, since the splits text is so small, is it really that small? You read the current one as the crazed dentist? That's fair. I need to make a new split anyway. After I'm done dealing with threats, I hear a footstep. Yeah, I hear something. Oh, it's a stray. Shh. You guys saw nothing. You saw nothing. And no one. Okay, I'm gonna quickly try to type in this split. Okay, let's see if I can't, like, adjust the text size. I'm gonna try to do that. That's like a style thing. No, I don't need that. No, that's gonna open up things I did not need to open. Okay, I will try to figure out what I can do to, like, increase the, or make the font more legible. Was the text always small for you, Mr. Jason, or is it just, you know, is it just that particular split? Because that's probably a thing I want to rectify, like, sooner rather than later, if that is the case. Here, I'm going to be looking for a ton of rot pests, I'm sorry, what were these things called again? I'll figure it out momentarily. That is not it. Kindred of Rot, that is. Mr. Jason says you think that it might have always been small, but you've not really looked at it as you're usually too distracted by all of the wonderful content in that dapper-looking gentleman. I appreciate that. I'll see if I can't increase the size a little bit then. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, expanding what you said yesterday, you've not really had anything pre-ordered for the Nintendo Switch 2 since Animal Crossing New Horizons Nintendo Switch 2 edition on the 15th of January. Yeah. Yeah, I've been hearing that sentiment going around online. There's just not been a ton of pre-orders. And Nintendo is going to be continuing to scale back like console production for that exact reason. Okay, yeah, let me see if I can't adjust the size of this. I doubt I can do too much with it without it being disruptive. Maybe this might mean I need to move the camera further up. But we'll take a look at this right now. And I don't see... Oh, I do see a Rot Disciple. I do see one. We are going to hide behind... We're going to hide behind something before that happens. Mr. Jason says you're also not too sure on Yoshi and the Mysterious Book in May either, good sir. Yeah, I've heard people are iffy about that, but, you know, there's always the potential for the game to be good and just not be worth pre-ordering, right? Maybe this is where content creators can come in. They can play the game and you can get an idea of whether you want it or not. I've had a lot of people... I've seen a lot of people on other content creators' streams do that. Mr. Jason says it doesn't seem bad, but it doesn't seem like a title that earns that £58.99. It's not a $60 game. Too true. Or I guess in this case that would be more like a $70 game. Yeah, there's hardly anything that's digital that was worth that amount. Okay, I'm gonna actually move out of view for a second and get that done. There. That is about as far over to the corner as I can possibly be. How is that run text? Is that any bigger? Is that even marginally bigger for you? That is much better, good sir. Very well. I am glad that that was solved. I'm hoping that the hit counter manager 2 will, because the dev for this hit counter manager, has put this program to be or application to be end of file. What I'm hoping is that the second version will just simply use the fonts that you've uploaded to your computer. Because if you do that, I can focus on fonts that are readable rather than needing to go find a URL for a font. The URL for a font was crazy. Well, at least I have this cursed pot for other purposes if I really need it. There we go, Rotten Stray. Yeah, I thought that would unlock once I did that. You can read all of them now? Good. I'm glad that's the case. Okay, I'm gonna like fall all the way down there. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, speaking of fonts, did you know that the font Think Heavy, Think, really, is the official font that they use for the title in Animal Crossing games? Is that a stylized font, or is that like an actual bona fide font? Because from what I understand, usually a lot of game logos use like stylized font, meaning it's not actually font, it is it's a picture that is an actual font. Very well. Like the Legend of Zelda, the Legend of Zelda logos do not use font. Those are all that's all an image. Steel Rising's like logo is not font. It's an image, that kind of thing. You can download it to your computer. Good to know. I'll at least take a look at that. Think Heavy. Yeah, so it's a play on Think Heavy. Nice. Nice. Amazing. Fantastic. They're gonna be a ton of rot pests, or Kindred of Rot. I'll get the name right eventually. Promise. Ooh, if I'm lucky, I can maybe do something like this. Oh, it actually will kind of move. No, it's not moving. They're backing up into it. That's what's happening. Okay, good to know. I'm still learning things about this new favorite spell of mine. So, now that we've had a chance to be in Caelid proper for like more than a few hours, what do you guys think of the aesthetic? Are you guys generally a fan of the Blighted Wild? Or is this place a kind of a hard pass for you? Not everyone's a fan of rot and fungus as like a visual theme. Shh. If we're lucky, we could kind of fool this guy. Gotcha.
Wow, hitting me through the wall twice. Amazing, impressive work from Soft. We love the glitchy game around here. How many of these do we have? Looks like there's just 2 of them. Yeah, okay. Oh, actually, is this dude planking? I gotta know if that is genuine plank happening or not. Let's find out if these guys know the meaning of exercise. Oh, and if you've never seen a Kindred of Rot before, up close, those are hands. Those are not feet. Those are not feet. That would actually be normal. These are freaking human hands as feet. The real meaning of feet pick when someone asks for foot picks. Here, did you want my hand? That's a foot pick. Sorry. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you have contacts with one retailer in the UK, and you messaged them a little while ago because Mr. Jason wanted the Rayman 30th Anniversary Edition. But now Mr. Jason has decided against it because the digital game ran really bad and had an issue with saving, and then no original soundtrack. They're fixing that in updates, but of course, updates are not ideal for Mr. Jason and the physical package, of course. Although the getting that, like saying, oh look, the original physical copy does not have this or that, can be great. Can be like a great piece of collection media given the time. Give me a remote controlled Rain of Fire. That might be a bit much to ask for. Okay, is there a rune piece on top of this lovely structure? I need to know. Wow. I mean, you will certainly get some views in Caelid. I will say that. I will say that. You can get like a good look. I know there's a rune piece out in that general direction, which is why I think I'm not finding any in the spots that I'm looking for, because they're in the terrain outside. But that's just me. Mr. Jason was incredibly, and you do mean incredibly happy with an Animal Crossing New Horizons Nintendo Switch 2 edition. You were fully expecting to get the previous version 2.0.6 on the cartridge and then have to be forced to download the version 3.0.0 via the internet. But the game shipped physically with version 3.0.0, and now that's how to do a good physical package. Yeah, that is a good way to do physical packaging. Just ensure that the latest version is what is on release. Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, I think our second ruin sigil is like in this other final area here. Yeah, I can see it's right there. I love this spell. I think I might love this spell a little bit too much now that I'm looking at it, now that I'm thinking on it. Oh, nice. You couldn't actually, no, you could absolutely, interface with that while crouched. Mr. Jason says, in fact, good sir, Mr. Jason was so satisfied that Mr. Jason went straight to the My Nintendo Store UK as you were ordering a Nintendo Switch 2 dock set anyway, and Mr. Jason ordered a second copy of Animal Crossing New Horizons Nintendo Switch 2 edition to keep sealed. Ah, yes, the classic collector's hunch at work. Too true. I hope you're able to keep that in pristine condition, good sir. Yeah, two people can attack through the wall. Mr. Jason says, so now you have... Oh, 1 second. Okay, let's try that again. So now you have a sealed Animal Crossing New Horizons with version 1.0.0 and a sealed Animal Crossing New Horizons Nintendo Switch 2 edition with version 3.0.0, the beginning and the end. The beginning and the present. I say the end, but maybe it is just the present. You know, there might be version update. I sort of doubt it, if I'm being honest, but you never know when you might be proven wrong. Yeah, in fact, have there been any updates since version 3.0? Mr. Jason says you feel like it will probably be the end, good sir. I think so too. Hello. Yeah, let's not stand in the middle of poison clouds. That's kind of a bad thing. Let me think how I want to do this. This might be better if I approach from the ground. Yeah, that's better. I get a clear line of sight now. You don't think there's going to be anything further? Yeah, I would probably be inclined to agree with that. I'm just leaving the door open for, like, random patches. Because you never know when a game might get an update. You know, the devs are tasked with doing, like, hot fixes or something. You just never know. Like, I thought Stardew Valley was going to be done with version, like, 1.6 point something, but apparently, Eric Barone is such a goat, gamer athlete of the year, that, he is, rolling out another update for Stardew Valley, version 1.7, and there's going to be a new Bachelor and a Bachelorette and a couple of other nice features in there. So you never know when a game might really get an update, and this was well after he said he was going to continue work on Haunted Chocolatier. Mr. Jason says that site where you can order the name of the game you've mentioned a lot of times already, says use code PLAYTIME in basket to get 5% off. Code expires on the 30th of March 2026. That took me a second to read right, but I think I got the formatting. I think I know what goes where. Well, it sounds like you've got 3 days to figure out if you want a bargain or not. Was that what you meant by the... No, you did not mean that specific, like, code in checkout. Yet you definitely meant the rate that it was being charged at. Now, is that code... Technically, I completed the split, and then afterwards something happened. Now, what I don't know is whether or not there's a boss. If there's a boss, I could be upset, but I guess for now, I'll mark the death there. Gravity strikes again, everybody. Gravity strikes again. Mr. Coin, did you know that there's a game based on the meme This Is Fine called This Is Fine Maximum Cope? I do now. Maximum Cope. Wow. When we are online enough where society is using the word cope in a very much a post-ironic way. No, definitely not. Yeah, give me the rune piece, and then I will just simply get out of here. That rune piece ought to be up here, I think. Maybe not. No, okay, that's just poison bolt. Why was I thinking a rune piece was up there? That's silly. Let's go down here. And see that there are tons of rot larvae. Nice. Maximum cope. What kind of game would that even be, for the record? Well, that's kind of unfortunate. Yeah, give me that rot disciple right there. Really? Come on. I know that I know. Oh boy. Yeah, get out of that, like, real quick. Yeah, this room is full of threats in here. Yeah, a game based on memes, from my understanding, tends to kind of not be particularly very good, but I don't know. I do remember an indie game based on match, like a match 3 based on memes, and that sold out like hotcakes. Come on. I'll check that out in just a second. I want to be sure rot larvae are not getting ready to come out of nowhere. I think we're good here. Of course Numbskull Games would make this. Why does this feel like why does this look like an indie game, even if it probably... Actually, it might be an indie game. Numbskull Games is not known for AAA. That is an indie company, if I remember right. Oh, I wonder what sort of game it even is. Is it just like a, you know, a visual novel simulator or something? Who knows? I can look into that during the break and come back with an answer. Yeah, har 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 har. Your pest threads can't get me in here. You're gonna have to crawl to get in here, sonny boy. It is platforms, so it looks like a platformer. Oh no, a meme game that is also a platformer? Who would have thunk? Okay. I am glad that we figured out that this had no boss. So we're good to teleport back and get back to business. Mr. Jason says, have you heard or seen of the game Dinkum, good sir? Because it looks like Minecraft and is based on Australia. I have not heard of Dinkum, no. The Minecraft-like that has everyone's attention right now, even if they're not following along, would be Hytale. I'm pretty sure it's Hytale. It's Minecraft done correctly. It is what the community refers to it as, is Minecraft done right. Okay, yeah, I have all the FP I could ever want. That is more than enough. Mr. Jason calls it Minecraft Australia Edition. And does it have like giant camel spiders in it? Or the other usual freaky staples that one would expect one would expect when dealing with Australia as a setting, just as a whole. Okay, we were already here. We should be good. Oh, do you guys have a limited pattern? Interesting. Should be able to get them. Yeah. Yeah, dart right into that and die. Thanks. Mr. Jason says, you're not sure, good sir, but you do know that it has sharks. Yeah, that's also a very... that could be an Australian-coded animal. Yeah, I 100% agree with that. It's gotta have the camel spiders, though. It's gotta have the camel spiders. It's gotta have the cactuses. It's gotta have the rattlesnakes. Or it does not represent Australia. I jest. I'm not an Australian. I wouldn't know. Oh, that's kind of sad. I have to get closer. They have to see me. Notice me, senpai. You gotta watch out for these. They can and will slither around and move all over the place. Mr. Jason says, Australia, where if it could, the wildlife and plant life would gang up on you. This is where, Australia is where you would see the cheeps and the piranha plants and other stuff. If you want to know a country that has like Super Mario compatible wildlife, it would be Australia, guaranteed. Though the dusty Badlands are also beautiful too. Australia is a wonderful, like, it has plenty of wonderful vistas to look at. If anyone is wondering what I am doing, I am searching for rune pieces, but I should probably get the stealth first, so that I can see where the heck I'm going. It's not like Liurnia where I kind of just have to avoid doing things for a while. But by and large, this place is just a wasteland with not too many landmarks in it. Mr. Jason says, Australia, the country where the spiders are so big they have health bars. Yeah, tell me about it. You could not convince me to go outdoors in Australia. I am not kidding. I would not want the I have seen the spiders. They are hellaciously huge. Absolutely not. Oh. Okay. Let's not wake the dragon, because that will require some additional assistance. And let's not wake up the or deal with the Knight's Cavalry quite yet. Let's grab this thing. And now we can kind of move about a little bit more easily. We will be exploring the wasteland just to kind of see which rune pieces we should and shouldn't be getting. Mr. Jason says, not even if there was a Nintendo Switch 2 sitting at the end of the path where the spiders are, they can have that. They can lay eggs inside the Switch. They can find a way to open the motherboard and lay claim to its wonderful, the circuitous bounty. I do not care. Nothing can convince me to touch those. Because the spiders there have lots of neurotoxins and hemotoxins. They're very deadly. Absolutely not. Could not be me. Ooh, I'm glad I came out this way. There's a stone astrolabe right there. Anything down there? It feels like there should be a route system to like a secret dungeon down there, but I digress. Okay, I know who our next boss is, and it is time for everyone's favorite dragon. I'm pretty sure I spelled that name correctly, but if not, we'll soon find out. It is time to... BRB, good sir, take your time. Take your time. Absolutely. Take your time. I think I have just enough time for a single solitary attempt before we run to the commercial break even. Go ahead and do that. We don't even need the Sword of Night and Flame here. I want to say that this dragon does not bleed, but it can be afflicted with madness. Probably worth taking an expanded arsenal to kind of test this stuff. Don't need that. I don't want to be close enough for Flame of Frenzy. The rest of this looks okay. The rest of that looks just fine. Okay, so what we want to do is come up here. What we want to do is run. We gotta sneak. We gotta sneak, and we can't be on horseback when we're doing it, is what I've just discovered. What we're going to do is get Latenna out. And we're gonna position her kind of up on the hill where she can fire away at Exikes without Exikes getting to her in return. It'll take a second to accomplish. Kind of something like this. So we position her there. Then we're going to move around like so. I will go ahead and Decaying Exikes. Okay. And here you just want to outrun the... or get rotted immediately. That should be enough to, like, aggro him. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Oh, you're stuck. Hold on. We gotta get you unstuck, buddy. Yeah, that's kind of the problem, is now he's in this weird position where he is kind of stuck now. There we go. That's what I was looking for. This actually would be a great fight for horseback. Rotted again. fact, I might even be able to switch talismans right if I do this right.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I noticed
I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content.
Thank you for the assist on that, Angie Philosopher. I will take a moment. I'm gonna need to snooze this. Snooze the incoming advertisements, or there are gonna be problems. Let me do that here. Okay, I think I've disabled all the ones that I need to worry about. I'm gonna enable a bunch of timers at once. The screen's gonna look extra messy while I get everything aligned correctly. One sec. That's not quite aligned right. There, I think that, yeah, that looks more or less lined up correctly. The timers, of course, are different sizes, but that's fine. I don't need those to be the correct size. I just need everything to be in the same place. Oh, actually, they're not aligned correctly. Or those could be at different sizes altogether. 1 second. There. I think I've got that all lined up correctly, more or less. Maybe a pixel here or a pixel there off, but but I think I've gotten that all fixed. And I will manually run the ads when we're done with this fight. I'm sorry. Yeah, please keep doing this, X-Ikes, rather than anything else. Okay, well, that was not a complete disaster. Mr. Jason says, with Twilight Blitz, he figured out how to categorize the two types of games that he plays. The Finals, which is his main game, and the shooter game as under the Pew Pew game, whereas he also occasionally streams the Resident Evil games, which feature guns, but aren't the focal point, and so you put that under the Pew Pew game light. Oh, that and not like the horror simulator? Let's see, it would be... It is... Nope, that is incorrect. That one. Thanks to everyone for assisting during that and telling me, hey, your stuff's not aligned. I really appreciate that. Now, we do take commercial breaks. Normally they would be at the top of the hour, but alas, I do have to run them manually now. So in just a moment, there will be a timer to the left of my webcam, and that will, just make sure all those are enabled. And that timer, will read for 3 minutes and 0 seconds. During that time, I will be getting up to take a stretch, and ads on Twitch will be playing, among other things. I highly encourage everyone to take a break at the same time, so that that you're not having to look at ads. No one, I promise you, no one likes being advertised to. Not even CMOs like being advertised to. But please do feel free to spend the time in whatever way you wish. Once the timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will have returned for my stretch break. The ads will be over, and we can get back to our wonderful business. It shouldn't be that long at all. I am going to go ahead and run that break since we're behind. I don't want to be too far behind here. And when we come back, we will deal with the Night Cavalry and then start exploring the wide swaths of wasteland that we can now see. Thank you guys for hanging out with me so far, and I will see you guys after the ad break. Thanks. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm back. I had to clean up a little bit of a spill, among other things. And yeah, I took while I was on break, I took a little bit of a quick look at This Is Fine Maximum Cope. And, well, Mr. Jason was right. It's a platformer. So if you like, Mimi platformers, there you go. Thank you, Mr. Jason, good sir. I do not see anything on YouTube or Kick, so we are good to go. And I also know what our next split is. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason is usually right. You are a troll level creator. Fair. Fair. And it's not that I didn't think you were correct. I just needed to see it for myself. To see it in action. And also this is... It does not say it is a dragon. It just says it is X-Ikes. So let's fix that. Precisely, Mr. Jason. Precisely. Now, when we're done in the wasteland, I have a wonderful place to show everybody, and it is right over here, atop this hill. It is the place where we get a lot of our dragon's spells from. We saw the church. The church was out here, the Church of Dragon Communion. This would be the Cathedral of Dragon Communion. I'm sorry, what? I rode right past him. What? Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, I suppose. Yeah, definitely don't look gift horses in the mouth. And let's see, how many hearts do I have? 3? This might be enough to get 1 or 2 spells. And our eyes will, like, kind of start changing when we get enough of the spells handy. Okay. So, yeah, this offers all the same stuff that the church did. The church offered Dragon Claw, Dragon Maw, and Dragon Fire. But now we get Aguil's Flame, Glintstone Breath. We get all this stuff. Now the only thing I'm really interested in is Aguil's Flame. And as you can see, Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, what is that sound you play when things are mysterious?" Oh, you mean this? Yeah, that sound. Why? What's mysterious? Oh, unless you meant the interaction with that knight there. Mr. Jason says you asked because you would love for me to play it after the end of this message. But okay, so puts on tinfoil hat. You were just talking to Complex David about TVs because back when 3D TVs were a thing, you really wanted to get one but could never save up the money. And now, Mr. Jason just got an email from a tech retailer saying, named Curry's, saying, TVs our customers are loving. Shop bestsellers. What? I get what the sentence is saying. TVs our customers are loving. Shop bestsellers. They mean shop for the best TVs, but it's written all kinds of funny. And I'm willing to bet they were selling 3D TVs, huh? And you didn't mean that sound. Yeah, I only have 1 of those. I will probably get a couple more, provided I know where to look for them, but that could be a whole different cup of tea. But yes, let's grab the 2 dragon hearts, which we munch. I think if we get 3 or 6 spells, we get the dragon eyes. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, you love how you talked about TVs and then you got an email about TVs. That's good old Google. That's good old internet. People are wiretapping everything you say, everything you do, all the sites you go and buy, every key that you type. They're logging it, and they're using that to collect data on you so they know what to sell you. Because that's what happens when markets are controlled by algorithms. People want to know without asking the invasive question. What they don't realize, what a lot of people don't realize is key logging and wiretapping your data on the sly is still invasive anyway. It would just be better to ask the invasive question, because then people could decline, right? Like, the question is invasive, people should not ask it. But if you have to be invasive in order to determine what to sell, pick the option where people can say no. Because that's called consumer rights. Like, people should just be able to say no to stuff like that. I'm gonna grab this hoity-toity person. Yes, please continue getting licked by the flames. Bye. Rain of Fire is great. I love this spell. What's up, Mr. Jason? Also, while I'm here, we can, I can check it. Hello. Yes, I do see you over there, Sir Knight. While checking your emails, Mr. Jason, noticed a really nice little detail. Do tell. Impressive. Overwhelmed by firepower. Literally. Mr. Jason says, in your inbox you have 6 unread emails. In your junk box you have 9 unread emails. Ah, the sexy number. The, very much the nice number. I will have all of my voice mod keys or sounds keyed to this eventually. And that'll be great. And then if I can, I don't know how possible this is, but I am going to try to look at being able to swap on or off certain voices for voice mod as well. I think that could be a great time for everyone involved. Or people could say, ew, coin, no, get out of here with that. Ugh, stop it, get help. Something like that. One of those things is going to be happening. And I do not know. Are those commoners? Yeah, those are commoners. Okay. Well, let's take them out. Or, you know, rain fire on our initial position. That's fine. Wait, is this following my position? No, it is not. It is, in fact, doing what I expect it to do. I keep thinking this spell has more properties than it actually does. This should be renamed to Flame Fall Upon Them, but I get why that's not really something anyone wants to do. No, I did not mean... Gotta be better about managing spells. That's wasting FP for no reason. Oh, no. Huge Omega Troll with a flaming sword. Wait, what? That one has a freaking flaming sword. With a huge AoE wave on it. What? Okay. This thing is probably not very vulnerable to madness. I should try bleeding instead. This also feels like it should be a separate troll. Yeah, okay, it does bleed. This is just a giant troll. I don't know how to feel about this development. Yeah, that's it. There we go. Okay, now I know about the giant troll. And we do need to kill it for the larval tier. Yeah, we do at least get a larval tier, Angie Philosopher says. So yeah, every larval tier we have is one more we don't have to make. And I'm quite sure I still need to find the recipe for that. I'm pretty sure that's a late game one too. Like we're talking Altus, or even like Snowfield level late, more than anything. Stray Mimic tier, yeah, that's late, or like late middle, early late game, something like that. In our run anyway. Not really worth it to go out of our way to get the recipe for it, especially if you can't use it until Renala anyway. Okay, but that is not at all what we were supposed to be doing. Let's fix that. So we will get the Knights Cavalry at night, and then we will go back and explore like this specific section here, which I think there was only the my goodness, I'm having difficulty talking. I think it might have only been the Stone Astrolabe, but there shouldn't have been anything else. Paranoid about that type of thing. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, when you said, silly Mr. Blitz, first you have to purchase the €1.50 chocolate bar before you really push the boat out for the €100 Hotel Chocolat ostrich egg to Twilight Blitz. He reacted to your message with a laughing emote and then said, don't you destroy my hopes and dreams. Right. Yeah, don't destroy those.
Your ambitions.
Do I need more endurance? So there's an interesting interaction where the more your spell catalyst gets upgraded, the more stamina your spells take in order to actually complete. So I'm wondering if I need to like maybe have 15 endurance now, or like enough to, like an extra 100 points of stamina. I'm not 100% sure yet. It's something I'm gonna think about at the very least. But for now, we need DPS. Angie Philosopher says 10 endurance is definitely really low. I've been functional so far, but you're right. It is low. It is definitely low. Take your time, Mr. Jason. Hopefully what you're doing is smooth, or what you're gonna go do is smooth for you. Oh, right, yes. Let me actually do this. Gosh darn nighttime bosses. I'll tell you what. Nighttime bosses. Let's go. Yeah, and I don't need the horse for this. I believe we're good on that front. Ooh, what about up here? I didn't check here for a rune piece. I don't think there's one. Yeah, you can't really climb any of these root systems. So the next place that would reliably have a rune piece would be up here with all these rot disciples. And the rotten Miranda blossom over there, maybe. Definitely worth checking after after we fight our boss, which I will go ahead and put on the correct overlay for. See you guys in just a moment. Oh, this one has poison on his mace, or flail. Okay. Okay, good to know. Wow, Rain of Fire works better than I expect it to. Getting poisoned was not on my bingo card, however. Bye. Mr. Jason says, your talking flower just jump scared you, and then had the nerve to say, so did you have a good day? With a sparkly little smile. And you're like, you did, until you talked. Yeah, I totally get that. We will move on from that split. Not sure what the next... it's definitely not Redmane Castle. We will not be going to Redmane Castle for a while. It'll probably be like over here somewhere if I had to guess where the next location is. Like the actual next landmark, so to speak. I did not mean to do that. I didn't really have a fan... Well, okay, Blood Boon could have targeted these guys earlier, and that might even be the superior option. Okay, who else? Right over there. Where is that Rain of Fire? Where was that Rain of Fire going? I would have loved to know. I know it's not targeting random stuff. Because if it did that, it would behave more like a mist spell. It doesn't. Now, let's get out of the Scarlet Rot, please and thank you. Yeah, definitely not. I kinda don't think there's anything here. That's always the deal. I guess this is why we're scouting / routing, right? Is, you know, later on, even in all content, right? You're not usually counting every little rune or, you know, every little consumable item on the planet. You are skipping some stuff. No matter what. And I'm kind of hoping there's nothing here, so I don't have to worry about that. It's one thing I will say about Reforged. I think Reforged is like a better vanilla playthrough experience. And that's nothing... What I'm doing goes well and beyond what Reforged's scope is. It's a lot better for slow burn plays. I think I've had a lot of people, or a handful of people, who have watched the stream before in times past say that Elden Ring Reforged is a bit of a slow burn. You need to really sit down and appreciate all the different subtle changes that are made, and I do. I will be the first one to complement Reforged on all the different changes it makes. If I were Kernifer, I don't know if I would be as, say, faithful to the source material, for example. I don't know if I would have gathered such a like-minded group of teammates who think the same way. I feel like I probably would have gone in the direction of like Dark Souls 3 Cinders, where Cinders had some stuff that was faithful to the lore, and then also had some stuff that was not faithful to the lore, right? It's like that was a middle ground. I'd probably find myself, if I you know, were modding Elden Ring, that's kind of what I would do. There would be subtle changes to the lore of the game in a way I wanted it to be or work out. But challenge running is like a whole different cup of tea. The collectibles add like just so much extra time, and this is not a complaint. I hope I'm making that like really clear. It's not a complaint. I'm just kind of commenting on it now that I've, you know, I have challenge ran. I have spent some time here for a while. And, you know, based on all of my past experience with Reforged, there are certainly some things that have to be considered if you're going to challenge run the game, especially if you're doing like all bosses or all content. It's just I'm noticing the scope of the project is what it is. Swap that for horseback because I want to be able to move. Can I have a 5th talisman? I'm kidding. Let's not have a 5th talisman slot, please. The game is balanced around 4. We should keep it that way. It's like people programming 6 ring slots in Stardew Valley mods. Like, you don't need six rings. 2 is just fine. Hold on. Here is this. No, don't eat that. Mr. Jason says, in vanilla Elden Ring, you forge your own path. In this mod, you reforge your path. Hardy har har. That would be right here. Too true. You repave your path again and make note of the changes. That's true with any like Elden Ring mod, though. That's not like that's not a Reforged specific experience. I did play Convergence in my off time at points, and I can tell you, like, you are still retreading old ground, even if it's been given like a new coat of paint, right? You know, at the end of the day, these places are. There is a rune piece up here. Good to know. Mr. Jason says, of course you're being sarcastic here, and there's a good amount of that. Too true, good sir. Too true. Let's go ahead and cast a healing spell here. Guys, I'm literally down here. What are you doing? Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Only in Elden Ring, ladies and gentlemen, can you get enemies that forget what they were doing 5 seconds ago. And of course you're being, oh, I see, the ... But, only 35 jokes and puns? Slow pun week, huh? Well, you know, some weeks we didn't go above 12 or even 10. So, in all honesty, you know, I think we've had, I realize you're being sarcastic. Yes, true. We could have more, but I'm happy with the 35 we have, if I'm being honest. And that's with, have I streamed every day this week? No, right. I missed Monday. That's right. That's with streaming 4 days this week. Which is just incredible. This 35 jokes and puns are like is about what I would expect, given my average audience size during the week. That is exactly what I would expect. There are 2 of you? Oh, well, I guess you're getting rained on. Let me rain on your parade. Just a little bit there. You know, rot disciples. Hello. Don't even think about it. Yeah, that was good enough that I don't even think I'm gonna sure jam myself. I'm not gonna count it. The jokes and puns counters for you guys, but I am at least not going to sure jam that. Mr. Jason says you love when Mr. Coin casually makes a pun. I do have some spinster skills. I have to not be thinking about it. That's what I've come to discover. If I don't think too hard, then you know, it's fine. If I have to think though, I'm probably gonna overthink the pun and then stretch it out, or, you know, totally miss the landing. And I don't like when I do that. At all. Huh. Old non-encampment is old non-encampment. I feel like this could have been something at one point. Oh well. Yeah, for now, let's skip going in this direction. Huh? I thought I talked to you. Oh no, I talked to that merchant up there.
Buying or selling?
Ah, you actually have stuff I want to buy. Neat. Let's go ahead and do that then. You actually have stuff I want to buy. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, less than 5 days until Mr. Jason's Yoshi popcorn buckets. Too true, good sir. Too true. 1 second. Enough ice has melted in my drink that I need to give it a good swirl. I probably will need to get a nasal strip in just a second. In fact, it's now really bothering me. So, this will give me an opportunity to test something new. So I will go ahead. This is one of the things I work to configure. So I'm going to take a quick 30 seconds to go, like, rinse my face. I am sweating quite a bit. I'll put on a nasal strip and I will be right back. See everybody after the short impromptu ad break. Welcome on in, Dale Barrett, 8647. An interesting number. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind. I'll go ahead and press this button here. So let me test that. I'm back with the nasal strip, at the very least. We're gonna see if that helps. I may or may not need to readjust it. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay, good sir. Nice work, good stream. Thank you. I appreciate that. I work really hard to do all this. Not blue collar work, of course. There are people that work way harder than me, but I feel like my stream's in a really good spot. All things considered. Where do I want to take this split next? And I guess while I'm here, wow, I'm suddenly tap dancing a lot harder around words than I need to. How familiar are you with Elden Ring Reforged, or Elden Ring as a whole, if you don't mind my asking? I always try to ask my audience members that, just to get a sense of where they are, if they're a gamer, non-gamer, gives us things to talk about, and so on. And while that conversation is cooking, Mr. Jason says, and I suppose that the Super Mario Galaxy movie releases. Too true, good sir. Too true. Yeah, at the same time as the Yoshi popcorn bucket. Have you had any like email correspondence, Mr. Jason? Any shifts in how they're handling the popcorn buckets? I know that sometimes companies or movie theater venues have like a change at the last minute or something. So I was just curious if there have been any additional developments among other things. I do not feel I need this. Yeah, we can get rid of that art. Oh yeah, I need to see what this blood-tainted excrement... that's a sentence I never thought I would say in the year 2026. I need to see what the blood-tainted excrement says. Oh, and the gaseous stone. That's something else I need to see what it breaks down to. Okay, let me adjust this nasal strip real quick. It's not wanting to play nice. Got to really apply some sincere pressure and a bit of heat to the adhesive on the nasal strip or it won't stick right. It's what I've noticed. Kind of have to activate it. It's like activating charcoal, really. Okay, that is much better. I feel significantly less stuffy. Maybe now I won't sound like a... I'm actually stuffy gamer who sits in his basement, his mother's or father's basement, and plays D&D with the boys every 2 weeks. That's only half of that is true. I do not, in fact, sit in a basement. I do, in fact, have an office that I am very, very deeply appreciative of each and every single day. I hope that goes without saying, but sometimes, especially later in life, you learn that if you don't say the stuff that is obvious, people will forget you ever said it at all. I truly do mean that. People will forget, and you don't want them to do that. We have 25k runes. All right. I wonder if this spot here has something in it. Otherwise, I am going to I want to say over here is the... Yeah, there's a Deathrite bird right there, and that will be our next split. Anything out this way? I'm glad I looked. Rune piece. Free rune piece for our trouble. All right. Be that way then, Dragonfly. I don't think so. Oh, is this a... This is a different squirt. Out here in Aeonia, you are going to get, like, different enemies. Yeah, Rotten Land... let me not have extra company to deal with, please. Is there... No, this is an Avionet soldier. Now, I want people to be thinking about why the heck an Avionet soldier might be present here. I know why, but I want to see if other people can even guess. It was something that was alluded to with one of the Phantom NPCs, or like spirits, pretty early on in Caelid. In fact, because telling anyone this won't help them guess more effectively, we saw the dialogue back at the Shack of the Rotting. Oh, and I guess I'll just come out and say it. This is Celia, the town of sorcery. There's a really neat little, section there with a bunch of, like, interesting enemies. And you're not allowed to use your horse during that section either. In normal Elden Ring, you could absolutely use Torrent in Celia, but in Reforged, you cannot do that. That causes all kinds of problems. Oh, there's an Avionet soldier. There are 2 Avionet soldiers. Gotta be extra careful and watch my 6 here. It's real easy to get caught up in, dealing with enemies. I will probably need to rest back at the rest site before continuing. Come on, Deathrite bird. This, or not Deathrite, giant crow. Excuse me, that's a giant crow. Run. Thank you very much. Oh, I thought for a second that was the Deathrite bird, but it is not. It's still late night, so we at least have that. Uh-oh, let me not do that. Heck, nabbit. Yep, crows with teeth, everybody. That's fine. Now we need to kind of think about what spells we want for Deathrite bird now that we're looking at the cover in this general direction. So this will take you down to Redmane Castle. There's Redmane Castle over there. We're not ready for that yet, but if people want to know contextually where we are, this is that location there. This ought to be morning, so is the Deathless bird gone? Yes, it is. That's fine. So what I can kind of do... I want to say there's a rune piece inside that skull. Yeah, that's... You're going to see some really cool stuff in Celia when we get to it, but we're not quite there yet. Angie Philosopher says it will come back. Oh, I'm quite sure of that. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, many years ago now, you were in a streamer's chat and they were playing Minecraft. One of the viewers was playing in the streamer's world and was also in the chat. So you added the viewer and said, if you want to get invincibility, you have to press Alt and F4. The streamer laughed, knowing full well that Alt F4 is how you quit out of the game. Yeah, that classic troll right there. This out there, that is our boss arena. Because there's Redmane Castle, we take a lift down to the bottom and teleport over here. We're gonna fight Radon out here. Did the viewer actually pressed Alt F4? Is that eagle sitting on a rune piece? I need to know. No, it is not. But yeah, here's a nice sandy, if blighted beach. It certainly is a view of all time. I'll word it that way. Let's see. Grab this. Watch out for the troll throwing a giant pot with magic fire inside of it. Mr. Jason says, if that bird was sitting on a rune piece, you certainly have an eagle eye for detail, Mr. Coin. I will applaud that in just a second. There we go. That took me only a little bit of time to get right. Wow, really? That is a long trek. There's gotta be a closer rest site for this. There's no way I would have to make a trek that far away. Though maybe I do have to. Maybe there is. Ah! I am glad I found it. Cool. Alright, so for Deathless Bird, Rain of Fire is useless. We want Magic Fortification here. And we don't even want Blood Boon. This could be replaced with Flame Sling. And I think that is all the spell adjustments we need to make. Let's see. I feel good with our current arrangement of talismans. And because it's at night, the Sword of Night and Flame is useless. Yeah, I think I'm pretty adjusted. Mr. Jason says, how many death birds are there in the game? I'm not 100% sure. I think there's like 9 or 10 in the base game. I have no idea how many are in the DLC, if there are any at all. And when I say 9 or 10, I think that is split up between death birds and deathrite birds. They're both death birds for the purposes of counting, but they are... How do I word this? They're very different beasts compared to one another. It's the best way I would know to say that. Well, you guys know what time it is. It is boss time. Hopefully we can get done in the next couple of minutes. See you guys after the fight. Mr. Jason says Death Bird and Death Right Bird. You have to make sure that you find the right bird. Too true, Mr. Jason. Too true. See everyone after the battle, including the advert alert. I'm sure we're going to get bothered by that during the commercial break. Nice. Nice. I am dead here. I am dead here. That's fine. Honestly, even though that sucks, that is completely fine. That way we are not attempting a fight during the commercial, during the adverts or the commercial break. I was hoping that would be quick. I guess not. And that would be this one. Angie Philosopher says you could think of 3 Deathrite birds in base game, or Death Birds in base, 4 Deathrite in base game, and 1 Deathrite in DLC. That sounds correct.
That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Mr. Jason says, and I want to make sure I've read them all. Oh, Mr. Coin in the TCC, you could change the role bot to assistant. I'm going to recommend you don't do that. And the reason is, in my general experience, I have found that people want to know who's real and who's fake on the internet, like who's a bot. If you change it so that it's, you know, an assistant, you don't like keep the bot part or some other kind of reference to the fact that it's a program, eventually people will think that that is a real person. And lo and behold, when it turns out it's a bot, they might even feel betrayed or upset that that's there and demand that you remove it. Your server, do whatever you want, of course, but I personally, if you don't make it transparent somehow that the name change is just a name change, and you don't make it clear that they're still bots, people will eventually forget and then get upset about it. We do take commercial breaks around here at the top of each and every hour. In about 3.5 minutes from now, there will be a timer to the left of my webcam, and it'll read for 3 minutes and 0 seconds. During that time, ads will be playing. I'll be getting up and away from my keyboard to go stretch, move my legs, that kind of thing. I highly, highly encourage everyone to do the same thing. It'll make your ad break pass by much, much faster, but spend the time however you want. I'm no one's boss. Once that timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will have returned from my stretch break. The ads will be over, and we can pick up right where we left off. I am going to wait before we fight again, because I don't want to have to deal with getting cut off by the advertisements. Mr. Jason says coin stamp makes notes. I've got it on an index card. I know I gotta make that. I'll try to get that done. This weekend. Mr. Jason says, you will be delayed for an uncertain amount of time after the break, good sir. Understandable. Do take your time on that. No rush. Anyone got any good weekend plans? Mr. Jason says, for Coinstamp makes notes, it would be amazing if it was animated. I'll see what I can do. I want to make a prototype non-animated version first. An emote of you writing notes. I don't know if I can do that. That would require some skills I'm not very effective at. I think I can get a pixel version of that, though. Where the text kind of writes itself. That was kind of going to be my intention with it. There would be a static version with the script already there, and then there would be there could be an animated version where the letters kind of appear, a couple frames ahead of time. I have to keep with animated emotes, you need to keep it simple if you want it to render well on Twitch. And you're only allowed to upload 30 seconds of rendered frames at a time. So while me writing notes, I can do that in less than like 30 seconds. It's how many slices of a second that's going to take to animate. That's the real concern. But I do intend on making that emote. I will get that done this weekend. I've got it right on my handy-dandy index card, which I used to take notes kind of on the fly. Man, I'm going to have to go get another nasal strip. I guess I'll do that during the break as well. Because that adhesive is not wanting to stick for whatever reason. Maybe it's because my nose is too oily. That might be what it is. I need to dry it off and then it'll adhere right. But yeah, I do hope everyone has some wonderful weekend plans. I'm going to be busy. Slaving away over a hot desktop and electronic devices to make the stream better. That's my weekend plan, along with other stuff. And before I forget, I do... please tell me that I did not disable those... Nabbit. That should have already aired. I'll see everyone after the ad break. Thank you very much. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I had to go have some conversations with folks in my house. I will not dispense the contents of that conversation for security reasons, but the discussion has been handled accordingly. In other news, I will go ahead and swap the scene and show everybody. I got a fan. I got my standing fan came in. Yay! And with the other standing fan that that I have, I hope that my room will start cooling down, because I'm like 4 degrees cooler or warmer than the rest of the house is. And that's not good. When springtime outdoors feels cooler than your office, you have a problem. You have a big problem. I'm going to hook up the fan real quick, and it shouldn't take me too terribly long to do that. BRB 1 second. I am here and I can still talk, for the record. It's just people can't see me. So if someone says something, I will definitely yell into the mic while I'm hooking up the fan. I guess if I'm doing that, though, then people can see my face. It's fine. I can't tell you guys how long I've been dying in my office for the past, like, 2 months. Here in the part of the states that I'm at, we're already reaching 80-degree temperatures. Oh, that feels better. Sorry, I'm definitely not trying to do like these sorts of noises. Where is it? Or one of these. Hold on, I can do it like this. That's not a very good sexy sound. Let's do it like this.
Time to get naughty.
Yeah, so definitely not trying to make those kinds of sounds. Just having air actually blow in a halfway reasonable direction is it feels really good. Now I can actually sweat properly. And my body doesn't have to work quite so hard in my office. Let's pass this tonight and try again. You guys know the spiel. Let's do this thing. Nice. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. I need to actually not fight this boss right now. Because of the giant, pot of magic being thrown at us. Maybe this might be tenable. We'll see. I'm sorry, what? Sure, fine, let's do it this way then, video game. Yep. That was super stupid. Okay, I need to, I feel like I actually need to not fight this boss right now and instead go around and kill the troll so it stops tossing magic pots at us up there and then go fight the boss. That's what I feel probably actually has to happen. We'll see. I'll try this a couple more times, but I almost feel as though I definitely am going to have to do that. Or maybe I can, like, adjust where we're fighting to be more on the side. Oh, it actually gets damaged by those magic pots. Good to know. Hold on, might be able to use that to our advantage. Oh, yeah, I need to not be doing that. Yep. That was stupid. It's the fighting arena that's getting me. It's not even the boss. Well, I say it's not the boss itself, but, like, also I'm accumulating madness really quickly for no reason. This is probably the fight where I need clarifying boluses more than anything, and we should probably also clean up our consumable alchemy items for that purpose. Okay, so out of all of the new stuff, The blood-tainted excrement is only used for that one thing. Okay. Good to know. It's at least better than I thought. I think I will turn the gaseous stones into blazing substance. Although that's only, wait a minute. That's only 2 blazing substance. No. Okay, this is what we want, the rocky amount. This, yeah, I know what we're doing now. I know exactly what we're doing. Great. We're probably okay on mildewy amalgam. Probably don't need that. We're also okay on silver amalgam, so I will just convert blood-tainted excrement. Yeah, that I feel confident with this. Butterfly. Yeah, I feel good about all of the choices I'm currently making with this. If we need to, we can take some of our essential alchemics and turn them into the ingenious ones. That's one of the beauties of this system, is there's a lot of back and forth resource generation that you would normally have to go and collect very specific things for, normally speaking. Okay. Oh, we're only allowed to hold 3. Okay, interesting. Very well. I feel like instead of the green turtle talisman, I probably want the clarifying horn charm here. Maybe since I'm on horseback, maybe I don't need that quite as much. Giving some things a try. Now let's try again. Maybe one other thing I'll do is like kill like the crow up here, so that we have a little more space to work with. Oh, come on. Nice. Anything else while we're up here? No. This kind of has to be, this kind of will have to do for fighting arena. As rough as that is to say. Kind of sit here a second. Put these boluses here. If we need to, we can like run behind a lot of cover in order to escape the wrath of the Deathrite bird. It's one of the nice things about it being out in the open like it is. Nice. Go ahead and do it like this. Oh, that was close. We could have actually died there. Heck, nabbit. I actually will probably have to conserve FP here at least a little bit. Which can be a problem with the troll up there on the hill. Get out, get down from there. That was close. I will reply to that as soon as I can. Nope. Run. That should... one more cast. There we go. Okay. That was a little bit of a hurdle, but we got it. Let me not stand too close to this mound. It's this one. Mr. Jason says, GG, good sir. Thank you for the GGs. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you do wholly agree about impulse spending, good sir. For some time last year, although you cannot remember exactly when, you met your IRL friend and ended up spending a decent amount in a single day. Yeah. When you're out with friends, you can like impulse spend incredibly easily. Nice. Yeah, because you want to entertain your friends, and money is how you can do that quite easily. Especially in a consumer-driven culture where everything is attainable via money, and the things that aren't attainable via money are things that probably have already taken an appropriate amount of time to cultivate in the first place. That being like friendships and humor and stuff. Like, you've developed a skill set for that. What I am doing is I am grabbing a quick rune piece right up here. And maybe there's even one up here somewhere. It feels like there should be one up here, like along the internal area, but I'm sorry. What is in combat with me? It's probably the giant dog. If I had to guess, that is probably... Oh no, it's an elder lion. It's even worse. It's even worse. That is probably a... I actually should probably practice on that line now that I'm thinking on it. Let's take care of it. Let's do it. No summons, no extra assistance. Just pure lion-y goodness. Mr. Jason says, you don't know, good sir. The best things in life are free. Well, they're not free. There's an opportunity cost, but I get what you mean. You didn't have to spend anything to find you and the lovely Miss Carly. Yeah, like, monetarily free, I would be more than happy to agree with. Actually free, different story. And I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. I truly do. Okay, now we need a different set of spells to combat the lion. Mr. Jason says, once you beat the enemy, you need to move it away. You can't leave that lion there, after all. That would be a... I am getting used to reaching over there a lot more. What do I want? Probably not slow spells while I'm here. Which means I am on borrowed time as far as healing is concerned. Probably just O Flame and like the Flame of Frenzy, probably something like that. You really do not have much room to cast magic against an Elder Lion. You don't. You do not. In fact, I will write that in as the next split. Too many things to do this weekend. Too many things to do this weekend. All right. Let's see. Let's replace this with the Green Turtle Talisman. And I think we're probably good to go on this. Because the lion was out this way. Yeah, I feel okay with I feel okay with the equipment I'm using. I don't feel like I'm too terribly disadvantaged against fighting a lion. Time to probably die 10 times fighting a lion. We'll have to see. Okay, so there's like a roar. I'm willing to bet a lot of this can be dodged by moving forward or rolling into the attack. Maybe with the exception of the paw slams. Okay, that is on a sincere delay. It's fine. This is a split I want to die to a lot of times. I would rather die here than die to Azash. So if this number is artificially inflated, that's fine. Mr. Jason says, is the Elder Lion this game's version of the Lionel or the Gleeok, good sir? They're not really comparable. Maybe the Lionel, if I had to compare them, like no choice but to compare them. But they're really, really not the same. Because the Elder Lion has super quick attacks, like all the time. Whereas, and I guess the ones that do have a delay, right? Because like with the overhead smash with the paw, there was serious delay with the attack, right? But dodging delayed attacks in Elden Ring is way different than trying to dodge it in Tears of the Kingdom. In Tears of the Kingdom, you can react at the last... What? What? What happened? Something just died. Died suddenly. And I don't get what it did or didn't do. Let's go. Okay. So far, so good. The bites come out really quick, though. And usually they do a 3-hit combo with their attacks. They can also do like a huge leaping charge. I'm sorry, what kind of hitbox was that? Okay. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason kind of thinks that it could be the best of both, good sir. It attacks like a Lionel, but stands there menacingly like a Gleeok. Yeah, maybe. It's got those qualities to it for sure. Mr. Jason says, to stop an Elder Lion from charging, you have to take away its debit card machine. Too true. Yeah, it'll run up your bank account like crazy. This was... right here. Okay, next split is a huge one, and I know already what to title it. Celia, the Town of Sorcery. Everyone's favorite place. You wanted to see more Burger King monarchs? There's some more Burger King monarchs here. They're of a different sort. They're not quite Burger King monarchs. It would be like if Jack in the Box and Burger King had a baby. That would be the best way I would describe it in terms of how different these guys are. You guys will see what I mean momentarily. When we ride in and not let things attack us on the way in, that is. Oh, look. All of these tarnished or commoners that died due to lion mauling. I hear lions eating your face is not a particularly good pastime. Maybe you want to not let lions or leopards eat your face. But that's just me. Mr. Jason says, you read some rumors about a Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time remake. You sure can't wait for a Dead-Handed HD. He's gonna be given the Gibdo treatment, as in they're gonna be less human. I would just already count on that. Which, to be honest, Dead Hand reimagined as like a Gibdo boss would be kind of cool if that is the case. But I kind of doubt that they're going that far. Mr. Jason says, and Gerudo horseback archery. No, that can definitely go die in a fire, all the way off of that. Yeah, you know what? Let's get up to 15 or 20 endurance, and then we'll probably be okay. We'll be okay running into the mid to late game. Oh, let's not do that. If the Avionette and Marionette soldiers didn't give you the necessary clue into what kind of place you would... hello. Yeah, if that didn't give you, any kind of indication as to what you were going to be fighting. I'm not sure what kind of indication you would get otherwise. Oh, so the yellow or green ones go for poison, huh? Oh, I didn't adjust my spells. Damn it. I keep forgetting to do this and setting myself up for failure. Mr. Jason, adds Gerudo horseback archery. Gerudo horseback archery. Gerudo horseback archery. And Gerudo, hello. Yeah, if you couldn't figure out what the gimmick is, these guys are showing it pretty much like in force. This is what I get for not adjusting my spells, by the way. These guys are invisible and can cast magic spells. Have I mentioned they can go invisible yet? That is a death already. Mr. Jason says all the different ways to type it are now banned. It's fine. Yes. No, Mr. Coin. Do not go without resetting your spells. Absolutely not. Reset those, please and thank you. Nope. That is also incorrect. Something like this. We shouldn't need to worry about rot in here. So instead, I will take... I'll take magic fortification and like one other spell. Probably Surge of Flame. Well, I say this, but then I have to reconsider the kit. Is there a 2-slot spell? No, I didn't think so. Raises physical and fire affinity attack power. Maybe I could use this. Actually, I'm kind of curious how this works. Mr. Jason has now gone 12 whole hours without spending money. I hope this isn't a... Please don't treat that as a hold your breath challenge, though, Mr. Jason. That's probably not good for your mental health either. Well, if your intention is to hone your principles, good luck. If you're doing it for some other reason, okay, so be it, I suppose. All right. I'll set up here. Mr. Jason says, have you seen the Super Mario Galaxy and Super Mario Galaxy 2 Cosmic Bundle, good sir? I've heard of it. I've not seen it. Why? Yes, I know they're there. Nice! Okay, just don't go there, Coin. Don't do that. Stop it. We will find those enemies some other way. They are probably guarding nothing. You need to learn to not pick fights with things that are going to kill you. Also, I think I've decided moving forward that any split that does not have a boss in it, I will just assign those as way hits because there's no boss to account the split with. I'm gonna leave my death marker right there. Just get in the bloody gate, Coin. Stop hanging out at the front for you to die. That doesn't work. Just get in there, inside Celia, and stay there. Stop by the shack. I don't think so. That should not be difficult. Wow, that only took me 2 deaths to learn not to trifle with something stupid. In fairness, though, I should probably say that those weren't there before. Those are new. But like the placement of those specific enemies is new to that spot. That's what I'll say there. Mr. Jason says, on the My Nintendo UK Store UK for £72.99, that bundle includes a Super Mario Galaxy and Super Mario Galaxy 2 icon art metal posters. Oh, metal posters, like disc plate type stuff. Yeah, metal posters are really nice. I would like... there are a few things that I would consider... you know, something I would spend money on, but metal posters are one of them. And I'm glad they look nice. Okay, we'll do this. So welcome to the shack, everybody. We're gonna find a really minor, but if you run magic builds, this guy is like slightly useful to your cause.
Oh, a pleasure to see you. A pleasure indeed. I am Gari, a great sage. In my day, anyway. I'd hoped to ask a favor when one of your ilk came along. A strapping young tarnished, able to cross the scarlet swamp of Aeonia. Don't fret, I'll provide fine recompense. Should you accept, I will teach you the secret of Celia, the town you see there.
Sure, let's hear him out.
Ah, then you are willing to lend a hand, are you? I need your help to heal a certain young girl. Her name is Millicent. You will find her beyond Celia, resting at the church atop the cliff, stricken by the rotting sickness. The rotting sickness that afflicts Millicent has no cure. When the Erd Tree flourished, even the demigods could not stave off its effects, despite their nigh godhood. But Millicent's suffering can be ameliorated. For this, you are to find a certain needle. Seek the deep scarlet swamp of Aeonia outside Celia's bounds. The needle, made from unalloyed gold, is lost somewhere there. First, you must find the unalloyed gold needle. It's hidden somewhere in the deep scarlet swamp of Aeonia. Then I will tell you, as promised, the secret of the town of Celia.
Mr. Jason says, you found an image for my viewing pleasure, good sir. Oh yeah, those are some nice metal posters. I could see what you mean by embossment. Yeah, like maybe the lettering looks embossed, a little bit. Yeah, that makes sense. Mr. Jason says, so if you do that, he will Celia the village out. Nope. Oh my god, did that really just happen? The controller fell and I smacked him.
To choose from.
Nope, leave that there. I should have just moved away from him first. That is a huge, like, setback that just happened. Yeah, he will Celia the village out. It's fine. I will manage. I hope I don't have to reset. It fell and hit a bumper. Which is not great at all. That might actually force a reset. Let's see if he's there. Yeah, he's still there.
Have you you taken the lesson now? Killing me is but an exercise in futility. All is well, provided you understand. Let's just pretend it never happened, shall we?
Interesting.
First, you must find the unalloyed.
Okay, well, that is interesting dialogue. I'm glad we saw it, I guess. In a real run, that would never happen. All right, I've had enough of the nasal strip. That is not working. Oh, did it crookified the thing? That's not great. Yeah, it fell right on the part where... Yeah, that's not good. I'm not surprised that happened. I hope it didn't bend the jack of the battery out. But, let's just, let bygones be bygones. Let's, I'll elect to not have that happen again. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to think of where the unalloyed gold is. It's been a long time since I've done this one. I'm pretty sure the unalloyed gold needle is out where Commander, where the commander out here is in the in Aeonia, if I remember right. Celia Gateway Ambush. Oh, that's a straight up encounter. Okay. Mr. Jason says, at the time when it was up for pre-order, Mr. Jason could only get one Super Mario Galaxy and Super Mario Galaxy 2 Cosmic Bundle with the metal posters, as it was one per customer. Yeah, you're going to see a lot more of that in the future, I think, because resources are going to get very limited. I wouldn't be surprised, and I hope I kind of knock on wood here. Like, I hope it's not true or whatever, but I could totally see there being resource wars, kind of like in, you know, Fallout. In the Fallout world, there were the resource wars, and then the nukes happened. And then, you know, the actual world of Fallout begins in 2077. Oh, this is bad. Yep. Really bad. Yep. That was never gonna work. We're gonna die here lots. Have I mentioned that yet? Well, okay, 2 of those deaths were on me for going someplace I had no business going until after we dealt with the troll. The troll was a completely unnecessary death. But this was less avoidable. I appreciate Kernifer making me deal with Celia. I really do. What I do not appreciate is, you know, the random invisible enemies everywhere. See? You cannot come to Celia and not engage with the enemies. You will die. You will die. There is just nothing to do about that. I'm wanting to, like, skip so that I don't have to deal with them until I'm ready to deal with them. I don't think I'm going to get that chance. I just do not think I'm going to get that chance. Mr. Jason says, you know that Mr. Jason could get a Super Mario Galaxy and Galaxy 2 Cosmic Bundle and still have 170 pounds, good sir? That's not going to work. Yeah, please do more of those headbutts rather than hurl sorceries at me. I hope this kind of serves as a demonstration on why I am bad at run segments. I died 2 total times running through Celia, and one of those times was a mistaken run. Yeah, see, you can't even get through here until you do that. There is no way to this, like, back part until you deal with Celia, period. Which is fine. Yeah, so what I have learned is don't do not bother. Yeah, I know there are more sorcerers. I can hear one. Oh, that's actually an avionet soldier. Never mind. Yeah, so do not attempt to skip Celia. You will regret it. You will sincerely regret it. Mr. Jason says, hold on. I bet that you were looking forward to putting a lid on Kaled, eh? Mr. Coin, I suppose. Yeah. A K-lid. That would be right over here. Yeah, absolutely. I would love to. This is just classic. You expect to be able to, dip in and out of Celia, and as it turns out, I totally forgot about the Reforged changes that make it so you have to deal with Celia. Like, you don't have a choice. You have to deal with them.
My senators and inductees. That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming.
I guess you could,
Thanks.
maybe there's a way to path around this way, but
I know I've already
don't think
chatted
so.
away about you guys supporting me for free. You all being here is enough for me, but if you want to support my work further and more directly, I have a couple of easy options for you. Available to everyone through either Twitch or YouTube. You can check right under the Twitch video player in the About Me section or the bottom of the YouTube description. Once on the link tree, Patreon will have a peace-shaped logo, Coffee has a panel, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube have icons next to each other. My Instagram, Blue Sky page, and Discord server take up the remaining icons. Available only to those on Twitch are the other easy options. The bits purchases at the top banner on twitch.tv, spendable for any of the power-up rewards or as direct bits donations on Twitch, or the subscribe button near the chat panel. You'd take my heart out of its Faraday cage if you click on that Patreon or the coffee. But again, you guys simply being here is enough. Thanks for listening to that stuffy and boring explanation. Now, back to the content.
Thank you guys for putting up with that and for hanging out with me today. We've had some sloppy splits today. I'll tell you what. I do not expect there to be any relenting on the number of deaths. Celia has always been a rough split for me, even without the extra encampments to worry about. We do take commercial breaks around here in the next 3.5 minutes. There will be a timer to the right or left of my webcam here that'll read for 3 minutes and 0 seconds. During that time, at the top of the hour, of course, the ads will be playing on Twitch. I'll be stepping away from my keyboard to get a stretch, and a couple of other things. I highly encourage everyone to take a break along with me. It'll make your break pass by faster, but do spend your break however you want. You don't have to do what I'm telling you to do. That's just advice from me. That said, once the timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will have returned from my desk, the ads will be over, and we can pick right back up where we left off. Easy peasy. Mr. Jason says, Also, Mr. Coin, for some really odd reason, good sir, Mr. Jason would need to have a third Super Mario Galaxy and Super Mario Galaxy 2 Cosmic Bundle before you can open one. Why? That's a legitimate curiosity thing. Because if they come with, like, the posters, right? The metal posters, you're gonna get... You would get, you like to have 2 sealed and 1 to open. Okay. Makes sense. Definitely makes a lot of sense. Probably should invest in a 4th Crimson Flask, actually. That would actually be better. I've got plenty of FP. I need a little bit more healing. I probably should have done that right from the start. Okay. I guess while on break, I will have a think about what I want to do. We might be taking a little bit of a trip out to Aeonia, because I think this is where the needle is. If I'm remembering right, this is where our needle is, and there's no real point to advancing through Celia unless we have the worked gold needle. We'll need that for a quest over here somewhere. I'll have a think about how I want to go about this over break, and maybe clean up my desk at about the same time. There's lots of little paper scraps on my desk today. Maybe also have a think about what parts of my soundboard get. Mr. Jason says you need that needle, but you will have to pinpoint its location. I will go ahead and give you the clap on the way after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. I gave my fan a little bit of a readjustment. Thank you, Mr. Jason. I will take a quick moment and count for your joke. Thank you for the joke earlier. Mr. Jason says, just as you went on break, your talking flower just said, night night, tomorrow's gonna be great. And you were like, why are you having the day off from yapping and jump scaring you? Too true, good sir, too true. So I have decided, after thinking about it a little more, that I should probably go handle the dear old commander first. I'm forgetting his name, and I will mark all the deaths on his split accordingly. But we should not be moving forward until we have that gold needle. O'Neill, thank you, Angie Philosopher. I knew it was Commander. I tend to like mix it up with Commander Nile, which I know is not right. It's O'Neill. Thank you. I believe it is, Angie Philosopher says Nile as in soul, yeah, or is it not? I believe it is Niall, yes. Mr. Jason says when Mr. Coin defeats him, he will kneel before Mr. Coin. Hardy, har. That's kind of a stretchy joke, but we'll track it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Niall, and this one would be, this one you said was O'Neill. They're, pretty sure those are either, I think those are Irish surnames now that I'm thinking on it. I don't even need, I don't even need, my death mark, because there's nothing there. Right, aren't there like, like the Clean Rot Knights, right? I need to look at the name again. I don't have all the names internalized, as it turns out. Stop cycling that one. It is the Clean Rot Knight. No, I had it correct. Mr. Jason says, even a Nintendo Switch 2 dock set will leave you 150 pounds, good sir. In other words, you're seeing too many things that you want. I'll close down the websites then. I don't know. Try not to compulsively look at them. Good and better things come to those that wait. And we'll just let the rain kind of torment those 2 or 3 nights down there. That's hilarious. Grab that one. Yeah, this spell is great. You agree, good sir. For wait until Wednesday, you'll have another wonderful 6 hours with Mr. Coin. Good sir. Too true. Okay, can I lock in? No. Definitely not. I know the Clean Rot Knights can jump. Nope, just back all the way up. And of course, I would roll in it. Yeah, that I figured that would probably happen. There. Get ready to use a bolus. And then soap. Why is there another Clean Rot Knight nearby? Yuck. Yup. Yup. Run. Run. Just run. Just run. Just run. Just run. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Just run. Just run far, far away. Learn to run, Coin. Learn to run. Just keep going. Like, but don't run so far that you run into the boss arena. That is kind of not great. Yeah, not there. Not there. Oof and a half. I tell you what, that was a just series of unforced errors. I make a pit stop in one space, and then all of a sudden, 3, 4, 5 Clean Rot Knights all just kind of show up and nearly have me for lunch. That was bad. Oh, right. I have to, like, not do that. I'm sorry, what? There we go. Oh, is that not... Yeah, all right. I definitely don't want to be there. There's those 2 Clean Rot Knights. He should not... Oh, make that another Clean Rot Knight. Okay, do all these routes just have Clean Rot Knight nearby? I think so. The reason I'm making this stop is there is a rest site above here. Mr. Jason says... right. You've wait until Thursday. That is true, Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason goes on to say, you forgot that the Super Mario Galaxy movie is Wednesday, even though you've known that for a good while now. Hey, time flies, and memory, loses its meaning when time passes by. When you're having fun, I suppose. Mr. Jason says, also, these seem to be the roots of the rot. Too true, good sir. Too true. Too true. Alright. Well, Commander O'Neill, and I noticed the split didn't take. That is 1L. And I need to actually press enter, or it won't count. So technically, this would have gone under the Commander O'Neill split, so I will do that. I will make that adjustment here. Should be back, and then... Okay. Right here. Okay. Sorry, I've been having to fix this. I am getting the hang of my... Why? Why, video game? Why do you ambush me like this? Stop it. I can't even be alone in Aeonia for 5 seconds. and a clean rot knight spawns out of the woodwork to come get me. There. If I can actually, like, rain down destruction, it's fine. The issue is, you know, getting swarmed by clean rot knights out here in the swamp. I said this before, it's worth mentioning again. When it comes to Aeonia and, like, Caelid as a whole, the game really does step up, step up the difficulty. I'm not kidding. You have to be prepared for a real battle, or you will die. You will die pretty readily as well. And that's not counting the NPC invasion that is also out here in the swamp of Aeonia. And if anyone's wondering why the heck am I coming out over here, there was a scarab earlier I wanted to get, along with possibly 1 or 2 rune pieces. There's got to be at least one out here in the swamp that I can easily get. I will show the one that we will not be getting, if I can help it. There may even be 2 near where Commander O'Neill is that I don't want to be getting, like, at all. It's bad. The amount of platforming you have to do is awful. Drop down. Do this. And another clean rot knight coming out of the woodwork. Nice. Angie Philosopher says there's tons of rune pieces and a spell. Let me not roll in that. Phew. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you know that it's early, but you think you're going to head off as you're starting to become uncomfortable sitting at your computer desk, good sir? No worries, Mr. Jason. I'm happy to have you for any length of time. Please go take your rest. It was good to see you, my lovely senator and inductee. I hope to see you sooner rather than later, of course. You know, and that'll probably be Monday or Tuesday. But if I don't get to see you again, for whatever reason, good sir, please do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, I'm going to continue traveling through Hellworld. And hopefully not die to Clean Rot Knight, because Clean Rot Knights are terrible. Is that a giant? No, that's a great dragonfly. That's right. These are pretty easy. At least these go down in a single, like in a single swing. Nice. Oh wait, that's not dead. That's not dead. Take care of that. Mr. Jason says, but before you go, good sir, you think you're ready for Grand Theft Auto 6 in November? Aren't we all ready for Grand Theft Auto 6? That I think we could definitely agree on. Provided it does not get delayed. It probably will because of the lawsuits. You have the Sony PlayStation 5, at least 600 gigabytes spare on your internal SSD, and then a 4K HDR10 120 FPS OLED TV. Yeah, You're ready. You are graphically ready for GTA 6, good sir. Of that, I am more than happy to give you the accolade for. What I am less sure about, it's nice to know that those are there. What I am less sure on is, you know, perhaps you being ready for other stuff. Here's to hoping the impending court battles don't delay it too terribly much. And maybe, oh, hello. Yes, there are going to be a bunch of clean rot knights there. I almost guarantee it. And I also got to be careful. There aren't clean rot knights behind me. Wow, a charged rain of fire will straight up take care of one if you let it. That's nice. There have got to be other clean rot knights. No, maybe not. Maybe not. All right. I know there was a rest site out this way. I hope I don't have to chew through too many more resources to find it. That might be. It's either it's nearby one of these root systems, I think, if I recall right. Let me look it up. Mr. Jason says, that's fine, good sir, but Mr. Jason looks at delays from a different perspective. If a game gets delayed, Mr. Jason just thinks more time to save and more possibilities to buy more copies. Too true, Mr. Jason, too true. There's no guarantee that looking at the sites of Grace vanilla will get me the correct rest site. But I think this should get me pretty close. Mr. Jason says, some people pre-order Pokemon Wins. Some people pre-order Pokemon Waves. Some people even pre-order Pokemon Wind and Waves. But not Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason will more than likely pre-order Pokemon Winds, and... I'm sorry, Winds, and Winds, Waves, and Waves. And then 2 of the inevitable Pokemon Winds and Waves dual pack. Too true. No, don't stop flooding my phone with advertisements. Ads everywhere. Okay. Angie Philosopher says closest Grace is Celia, but you do have a stake. Yeah. So that would be... So there's one... I know there's a Grace, like, right here. And I think you get one after Commander O'Neill. Mr. Jason says, although Mr. Jason is kind of happy that the Pokemon Company have left the Nintendo Switch now. You know, that some people are not happy. When you say leave the Nintendo Switch, what do you mean? Do you mean, like, moved on to the Switch 2? Do you mean leave Nintendo, period? I'm kind of curious. There's the stake right here. All right. This will have to do. And I think for the commander, I don't want to be summoning, yeah, I don't want to be summoning, demi-humans into that. That's got to be a, Lutel angle. Mr. Jason says, Pokemon Wind and Waves will not be technically possible on the already outdated at launch Nintendo Switch, good sir, and you say that as an avid lover of the Nintendo Switch. Ah, I see what you mean. So you just meant leave the Switch behind for the Nintendo Switch 2. That makes sense. Okay, we'll summon Lutel. Probably get ready for lots of fun. I believe this guy summons. Nice. Oh yeah. Let me not do that. Mr. Jason says, Mango Misu's Nintendo Switch 2 Unthrone is 2% funded. Nice. Gotta be careful here. I hate getting pegged by all these random crossbow bolts. That's less fun. I'll try to quickly answer that question. Kind of hard to say. I think he's more over a, like an unaffiliated commander is how I would best describe it. There we go. Now I can actually answer that, like read other unread statements. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason said, if anyone is feeling generous, Mr. Jason would love a Nintendo Switch 2. But then Mr. Jason said, just kidding, ×2. Your question, is O'Neill the commander of all the Clean Rot Knights or the unaffiliated? These are unaffiliated soldiers. The person in charge of all the Clean Rot Knights is Melania, the goddess of rot. But there are probably a number of sub-commanders as well. And I was correct. There is, in fact, the unalloyed gold needle. We are good to actually move on from that split. Mr. Jason says, you did wonder if he's just chilling in the area with all the Clean Rot Knights after all. And Knights have commanders because the amazing Sinful Seraph is Queen Bumblebubs' appointed Knight Commander. Too true, but that is not it. Welcome on in, Aelin. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay, good sir. You've come in after a few agonizing deaths, to be sure. Most of which were of an entirely preventable nature, but I'm glad you're alive. That's always nice. How goes your acting gig? Yes, speaking of, Alan says the opening night of that play was last night. Yeah, and how was that experience since you got a small acting role in that? Was it a nerve-wracking experience? Okay, not really possible from here, but up at the tops of these, like, scarlet blossoms are some rune pieces and a spell. Alan says it went awesome. The guy playing Jack quit literally the day of. Oh no! That's so awesome is in air quotes, of course. Mr. Jason says, oh, do you know of a, Mr. Coin, do you know of a role between Knight and Knight Commander, good sir? Maybe Knight Lieutenant? Because Lieutenant is typically a right-hand person, for like military or organizations. I would use Knight Lieutenant. That would probably work. Or be close enough for government work. Anyway. Alan says everyone was pissed. I can imagine. Yeah, someone leaves day of. I presume you also didn't get a reason either. The person just kind of left. Thank F for understudies. Yeah, I'm glad you had people on backup for what that's worth. That sucks. I hope that guy gets blacklisted from like future Broadway or like local theater productions. That's unacceptable. I would even go so far as to like blast him online on social media. Alan says there's another one tonight and tomorrow. Gotta be careful here. Mr. Jason says, what about a marshal? I'm not sure if that is between those two ranks. And I almost think marshal would be underneath a knight. No. No, I actually think marshals are a superior role. I don't know, ancient medieval army hierarchies off the top of my head, I'm afraid. Alan, are you going to be in all three of those? And if so, you know, I hope I say all three. I meant those two you just mentioned. If so, I hope that experience goes smoothly for you. And I hope more people don't quit out or go from there. Yeah, so if you're looking at your own hierarchy here, Mr. Jason, Marshal is like 4 ranks above Knights, or above the Knight Brother, which is the military people. So you want something between a Knight and a Sergeant. That's where I would look. Maybe start there. And if not, you can always come up with something. That's what I would do, is I would research what the meaning of those ranks are, more than just that infographic, and then try to come up with some other name.
Oh, you found the unalloyed gold needle. As promised, I've detailed the secret of Celia right here. Go on. It's yours.
Mr. Jason says, on that, the Grandmaster says Supreme Commander and Sinful Seraph is a commander. Yeah. So, Commander would be underneath Marshal, according to this rank here. Just looking at this right away, there's got to be a more detailed list. I doubt they only had 7 ranks. There's got to be a lot more than that. Most like military organizations have like somewhere to the tune of 25 to 100 different positions, depending on who's in charge of what. I want to say the U.S. has like close to 100 military positions that are strictly hierarchical in terms of their structure. And like another 50 that are for specialty ranks, at least. This is just off the top of my head without even looking it up.
Now let me have a look at the needle. Well, this is a marvel indeed. The work of a true artisan, a meticulous, bold craftsman who grasps the essence of life. Can you give me some time with this? As well made as it is, it won't be much use snapped in half, will it?
Sure.
Can you give me some time with this? As well made as it is, it won't be...
Is it ready now? I think you actually have to leave the area and come back. If I remember my quests correctly.
I have awaited your return.
Never mind.
The needle is repaired. Now it will forestall the rotting sickness, I'm sure. Will you give it to the girl, Millicent? I will reward you in kind. Millicent rests at the church atop the cliff beyond Celia, the town yonder. Tended to by the witless pests who worship her, or rather her rotting sickness, as a god. A wretched fate, indeed. The poor girl, she never wished for any of this. Do you find it peculiar that I would show such concern for the girl? Well, I'm the one that found her. A mere babe in the swamp of Aeonia. She is one of my dear daughters. But the rotting sickness erodes one's memory. I doubt that she remembers the first thing about me. Oh, I must be getting old. I didn't always worry so much. Now, all you need to do is deliver the needle to Millicent. She's convalescing in the church atop the cliff just beyond Celia. Do so, and you shall receive a handsome recompense, of course. Now, she's convalescing. Do so.
Okay. I wanted to make sure I got all that out. And before I read that sentence there, Aelin, this is for you. Oh, let me make sure I didn't mash my thumb on it. Right here. I got a Stream Deck recently. I don't know if you were present for this. I don't think you were, but I got I've got a nice little shiny new toy that I will be coding, or not coding, but like programming over this weekend. I didn't have one of these before. Everything that I was doing before was on keyboard. This thing has been a right pleasure. I've been making a point to show everyone who's been a regular. Aelin says, nice. What does it do? I'm trying to think of how to put this in layman's terms. Essentially what I can do is, it can be a soundboard, yes. Let me see if I can even do that here.
It's against the law.
It can definitely be a soundboard. It can open apps. It can start up recording. It can start the stream. You know, it could start like a Twitch stream. It can't start YouTube streams because YouTube streams require an extra prompt, but it could be set up to do that. It can open several applications at once. It can like hotkey some things for you. I have not fiddled around with all of it yet. For example, I don't know what a super hotkey is. I don't know. I'll have the opportunity to learn, but I can pick a random set of effects out of some effects I have lined up, etc., etc. I look forward to being able to utilize this for the stream, and the stream helped pay for that. Like all of you guys that have been subbing and gifting bits and so on have helped pay for this. I'm really quite thankful. But yeah, a soundboard is among the lower end of the things it is capable of. Mr. Jason says it does stuff. It does. It does lots of stuff. Angie Philosopher says, finally done with your coding session? Nice! And I know there's a statement from you, Mr. Jason. I will not forget that. Effing love data juggling, data type juggling in Rust. What's Rust? Is that a coding program of sorts? I'm genuinely curious. If and you don't mind my asking, Angie Philosopher. Mr. Jason says, also good sir, while nowhere near as confusing as the TCC, good sir, Bumblebubs' hierarchy is becoming difficult now. Yeah, I can see that, just based on the little bit of a discussion we had before. You are unsure of knight ranks, and you are also unsure of your role because once you guys establish a B parliament, you can no longer hold chief minister. Right. So you're folding like a couple of different structures into your Discord, into her Discord. Let's be really honest, and that might catch you flat-footed in the long term. I know that's kind of unavoidable, but at the same time, if my advice would be to kind of minimize how many structures, how many government structures or military orders you fold into Discord. It's not really made for all of that. If better Discord were a thing, that was still around, then I would say sure. But any alternative versions of Discord they don't hold a candle to what Better Discord was, and Better Discord was the only alternative that would have let you keep up with multiple roles for stuff like that. Angie Philosopher says programming language. Okay. Makes sense. Has a lot of stuff to make it safe rather than and rather fast, but that requires quite a bit of work. Yeah, safe and fast usually does require a lot of work. It's used for DLL modding in Elden Ring, for example, sometimes. That's cool. So Rust has like a lot of different applications then. Would you say it's more or less rigorous than like Python or C++? Those are languages I kind of know my way around. And I mean like reading, not writing code. Mr. Jason says, you cannot be Queen's consort because that means you have to be married to Bumblebubs. Of course. You need a royal role with some authority, but less than the Queen. You're above her knight commander. Welcome on in, Tessington. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. I would normally play the game, but I'm trying to catch up on 15 different messages at once, and I cannot really do that while playing the game. My apologies. In an effort to ask a question, how familiar are you with Elden Ring Reforged? Or Elden Ring as a whole, for that matter. Because I've played this game quite a while in my off time and in previous runs. It's it's an amazing game. Okay, as soon as I catch up on messages, I will in fact keep moving. Promise. Aelin says, oh yeah. Also, that music festival happened. It went well. No one fainted this time. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Python and C++ are like totally different things. Fair enough. See, that goes to show you what little I know, huh? It's pretty close to C or C++. Okay. Makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Tessington says you're well in both body and mind, and that you hope the same for me. I appreciate that. Since we've got some new people that are maybe less familiar with what's going on, I'll explain a little bit about Elden Ring Reforged. It is an overhaul mod for Elden Ring, and I like to think of it as, really? That's too far, video game? Alright. Sure, whatever you say. It changes like over 70,000 different things about Elden Ring, but it tries to maintain a vanilla plus experience. That would be the best way I would describe Reforged, made by Team Kernifer. If people want more information, feel free to type in !ERR or ERWiki into the chat. For you guys on YouTube, it'll be *ERR and *ERWiki. And for you guys on Kick, it'll be Shift 6 ERR and Shift 6 ERWiki. That would be the caret keys. For those that don't know what Shift 6 is referring to. And that is on a QWERTY keyboard more than anything. Really? Why can't you get up top? You can climb this, but you can't get on top of the structure? That feels like you should be able... Oh, never mind. It was just acting weird. Okay, sure. I was wondering where the rune piece might be. A core change that Elden Ring Reforged makes to Elden Ring are the addition of rune pieces, which are used in a side leveling system called binding runes. And essentially what they do is they let you accumulate effects in exchange for trading a certain number of rune pieces in. And the best way I would describe that is it's a collectible system. It's a collectathon. The Reforged adds a collectathon to Elden Ring, among other things. Honestly, there are far too many changes for me to list. There are new spells, new abilities, new mechanics. Way too many for me to even like comprehensively list all at once. I highly recommend the wiki. That'll help you get up to speed on a lot of those. Mr. Jason says, but Mr. Coin has played the game. The let's read the chat game, right, Mr. Coin, good sir? Yeah, I suppose. It's hard to please everyone. There are people that... My goodness, I have to lock in on these Mirage casters. There's got to be a way to not take quite so much damage. What's up, Mr. Jason? Okay. Oh, I cannot reply. I cannot reply. I've got to focus. I've got to focus or I'm dead. Case in point. Mr. Coin, good sir, you just going live pleases me. I appreciate that. But I'm trying to please everyone. I wish there's some way I could, like, really attack back. I kind of can't right now. Yeah, no, get behind the tree. Get behind the tree. I need to figure out what to do about these guys in specific. Maybe that is a sit behind cover and use the Flame of Frenzy a whole bunch. Yeah, okay. That is exactly what's going on here. All right. Routing / scouting is in progress. A little more about the specific thing I'm doing. I am doing a challenge run, or I'm scouting for a future challenge run is what I will say, of modded Elden Ring. I want to be doing a Deathless run eventually. And so I'm playing through the game to get some kind of idea of what I am doing next. In general, that's how I would describe what I'm doing. I've got to figure this out. So these guys would be sitting right where those butterflies are, maybe? Yeah, right where those butterflies are. And getting to tag any of them for codex entry is tricky, to say the least. Probably not when there's 2 of them out at a time. But yeah, there's a lot to Reforged. A similar experience. Well, okay, I shouldn't say similar experience. It's completely different. But if you're wanting another total overhaul mod for Elden Ring, you could also try checking out the Convergence. If you want just like a completely different from base game experience while keeping some of the core mechanics intact, that would be one to check out. Is that a giant cerulean scarab? I believe that is. Let's get on horseback and deal with that. Yeah, it sure is. That is a giant cerulean scarab. Gotta put that in the codex. One other neat thing about Reforged. I'm gonna make sure I'm in hiding right now. Is the bestiary. We have a bestiary. I don't think even the Convergence has a bestiary. Not that you need one for that game, but or for that mod, I should say. But yeah, we have the bestiary. If you want to know how the weaknesses or resistances of something, if provided you're willing to put in some work, you can fill up the codex. You even get a little bit of a reward for doing so as you play the game. Like I said, way too many things in Reforged. It is a total overhaul mod, but it attempts to keep a vanilla-esque like feel. So if you want the best of both worlds, I would check out Reforged. If you want a totally different experience altogether, Convergence might be the better one for you. It just kind of depends. Okay, you I'm gonna mark. I'm gonna trust that you're one of the ones that I have not marked properly. That one is not wearing a shield. In fact, I think that one is a twin sage. We can mark that. How do we just... Interesting. Mirage Twin Sage Glintstone Sorcerer. Oh, right. There's an A and a B. I forgot about that. Angie Philosopher says the Pierce is insane. I know, right? This is one of the reasons I like this spell. Even though Frenzied Burst is mostly vanilla, the fact that it can pierce things... I forget if that is a Reforged property. The Pierce is incredible. I like getting 2 or even 3 shots with this thing. Especially as Arcane is leveled. And when we transition to a Faith build in the late game, I imagine it'll punch that much harder with the Frenzy Flame seal. That's kind of what I expect to happen with it anyway. Can't wait. Since we also have some relatively new people in here, I'll also reiterate once again. I see... hello, Avianet soldiers. Come meet your death. I do hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. You know, I hope it's not too busy. Nice. Okay, you can duck those. Good. Kinda. You can kinda duck them. Drink, 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 drink. Quickly. It's fine. It's fine. Just run. Oh, alright. Now I can kind of think a second. But yeah, I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. Oh, I got the expanded codex, but didn't actually unlock that one, huh? As you can see, the gimmick in this place is most of the casters are invisible. So your ability to deal with them is largely going to depend on being in the right places at the right time. Aelin says you have to get ready. Bye. Thank you so much for stopping by, Aelin. I really appreciate it. I do hope I get to see you sooner rather than later, good sir. But if not, please do rest well, stay safe, take care of yourself, and good luck with the screenplays. I hope that nobody else calls out. I hope that the understudies perform better than that quit out ever could. I'm sorry. There was a... Oh, I must have killed him. Because the combat music is gone. Okay. I'm trying to think of what angle of attack. Maybe I want to start from the edges and work our way toward the interior wall. Yeah, that's probably a good way to go about this. That way we don't have surprise ambushes later on down the line. Now that I'm thinking on it. Sure, yeah, let's do that.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content.
Thank you guys so much for putting up with that and hanging out with me so far. You guys have been a wonderful audience today. I really, really appreciate it. We will be taking our last commercial break for the day here in about 4 minutes from now. There will be a timer to the left of where my webcam is, and it will read for 3 minutes. It'll read 3 minutes and 0 seconds. And during that time, ads on Twitch will be playing. I'll be getting up to take a stretch. And otherwise getting away from my keyboard. I highly, highly encourage everyone to do the same thing. It'll make your break pass by much faster. You won't have to worry about annoying advertisements if you're on the purple platform, and so on. But please do feel free to spend the time whatever way you wish. When that time is over and the timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will have returned to my desk, the ads will be over, and we can pick right back up where we left off. You guys have been truly wonderful today. I look forward to a strong final hour with all of you. Apologies for the dead periods in today's stream. I'm sorry, what? Ah, you're over here. I know there's another sorcerer, a mirage sorcerer right here. And I think I can hear another one. And I've got to mark all the mirage sorcerers until we get them. That's the real problem. Beautiful. Yeah, actually, now that I'm streaming on Kick, I need to make sure that stuff is updated for that accordingly. I need to make like a new version of the automated advertisements that includes Kick on it. I'm sorry. Yeah, projectiles are kind of a no-go with you, huh? Yeah, how about that one, invisible sorcerer? Would you like to actually fight like a real man, or are you gonna be a coward. Cowardice. Pure cowardice. So, with Celia, in the limited time I have, basically our goal is to find the towers with braziers on them, and as you light each one, it'll break a seal over the town, or on a spot in the town, and then you can go investigate that area. We gotta find 3 of them. Thankfully, just look at the tall buildings. The tallest ones with a brazier in them will be the ones you're looking for. The trick can be navigating your way to like the rooftops so that you can actually start doing that. Because before that, you got to traverse the area by foot, and it's kind of it's kind of an unfun, unsafe little trip. Truly. I'm gonna check back here real quick. And we will have to continue doing that after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. let's take an opportunity to catch up on everyone in the chat, in all of our wonderful chats, you know, Kick, Twitch, YouTube, and etc. And we'll go from there. I do not see any new messages, so I believe you're good here. Also, just as like a quick addendum, vanilla Elden Ring does not have a pause button. Reforged has thought about accessibility and has included a pause button. I can't, or like not a button per se, but an item that lets you do that. I cannot tell you how thoughtful that is. I don't even think Convergence has a pause option. Of course, it's been a while since I've last hopped into Convergence. Maybe I'll do a test download or something this weekend and kind of like figure that information out. But yeah, Reforged, the folks at Team Kernifer for Reforged they're incredible. They're really stellar individuals. I think we have, what, 4 or 5 team members? No, it feels like we should have more than that. But I think the team is relatively small. And they're not always all working on Reforged, is my understanding of it. I think 2 to 3 of them are probably working on Reforged at any given time. And the others are busy either quality assurance testing or... otherwise are busy with their own stuff in life. But we're a relatively wholesome Discord. I'd like to think so anyway. Yeah, don't even think about it. Bye-bye. See you never. You could probably also use a summon to help yourself out here in Stelia, the town of sorcery. Ow. You can duck that. Okay, cool. You can duck that. I didn't know you could duck the carrion slicer. And I've had how many years to learn that? Incredible. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Amazing. That's not a joke, which is why I made sure to use the separate applause board for that, but still, incredible. And I that's gonna make me a better combatant in Reforged later down the line. Wow, thank you, Saribot, for banning spam. Definitely don't want that. I'm so tired of the dead internet, man. I want the internet to be alive and not full of bots. Ha! Get ducked under. Get dunked on. Incredible. Just, delicious. Sorry, I'm like absolutely, positively, like giddy with glee about that. I know it's something so small. It's like, why aren't you giddy about the big spell? I was giddy about the big spell much earlier. But the small things also make me absolutely giddy with glee. Speaking of, I'm gonna try not dying. Let's not do that. Wow, that's got some pretty severe arc. All right. I'll make sure I keep an eye on my 6 then. Don't want to get ambushed by like a Mirage Twin Sage Sorcerer. That would be really bad. I hear footsteps. And I probably don't want to be buffing Flame Grant Me Strength all the time. That's probably a good way to run out of FP super fast. Run. Run. As soon as I heard a second spell, I was like, just run. So, I got a random question. People can feel free to answer or not. Do any of you guys talk to yourselves when you're playing video games? I know I do. I talk to myself a lot. I'm constantly reminding myself, oh, maybe you should, like, do this or that. Or don't go here, make a note of that. I'm talking to myself a lot. Or I'll refer to myself as an idiot while I'm playing the game. Not really, says Angie Philosopher. That's fair. Then I have a follow-up question to that, and that is, do you view that particular type of thing as cringe? I.e., people talking to themselves, you know, while playing games. Do you find that a cringy activity? Or is it like, whatever, don't really pay much attention to it? Or some other thought process, I suppose? What? That should not have gone through the wall. Game being cheap. You don't care about it? Fair enough. That's respectable. If you like doing it, whatever. It's more of like a learned response for me, more than anything else. I can't speak for other people, but it's more like a kind of like an automatic stress response. That's the best way I would describe it. Why do I feel like there's a second one of those teleporting Mirage Sorcerers? I feel like there is, and I'm just not seeing it. But when I'm not stressed out, I am normally silent. Wow, I am very surprised that did not get a ban. That has got to be a delete the message and time them out. You typically deliver or Del Venom CNFU. You don't propose random discords to other people. If you're a real person, come back in 10 minutes and try with a real greeting. Otherwise, have a nice day. I guess it was worded too much like a human being, and so Saribot didn't know what to do with that. Oh well. Now, are we ready for hardcore parkour? I know I'm ready for hardcore parkour. I'm ready for some, like, rooftop rumbling, as it were. Okay, and then I was gonna get real silly with it. Let's not do that. And say we never did get silly with it either. Angie Philosopher says, ready for some rooftop bullet hell? I hope it's not bullet hell, but I do remember there being some sorcerers up here. And some avionet soldiers. Yeah, there's probably going to be a little bit of some bullet time dodging. And speaking of marionette soldiers, there's one right there. I'm ready for bullet hell. But are they ready for me? That's the question I want them to ask. Are they ready for me? Because if not, they're gonna die. I'm locked and loaded for bear. I hope I'm not gonna die doing this. Shouldn't be. Good, good. I'm glad that was an intuitive leap there. I'm used to having... Even though I've done this one other time before, my brain goes to vanilla memory because it's been such a long time since I've done this challenge run or the material for this challenge run. So my brain is a little bit vanilla pilled with the game, so I'm kind of looking forward to relearning lots of stuff about Reforged. Trying to think. Yeah, maybe leap down. Leap down, go this way. Yeah, something like that. Now, which area did that break off? Unless it broke off the boss area. I could see that. Yes, okay. The boss is over there. We're not done with the split, though, until we unseal the town. Once we do that, then we're done with the split. Not a second before, though. Yeah, they really did go all out with that. Huh. Nice. Hey, I was up here on the rooftop, buddy. Why did you jump down there? I guess if you don't want to fight, that's fine with me. Yeah, I'm totally fine with that, actually. I can just kind of, like, focus on other stuff. Can I get a good vantage point on that marionette soldier? I can hear it. I know it's around here. Ah, there you are. Yeah, don't even think about coming over here, Buster. I got you now. And I must have aggroed another marionette soldier if there is... Or not. Okay. Can't always rely on auditory cues is what I'm learning. Gotta use a mix of everything. How many... Here's a random question I can ask. When you guys are gaming, are you guys visual cues, auditory cues, or a mix of both? I find that I am largely an auditory cues person. If I know what sound I need to press a button on, I'm pretty good at doing that. Visually, I'm not quite as good, personally. Angie Philosopher says mostly visual. Fair. Fair. Is that just a by preference? Oh, sorry, dumb question. Can you rely on auditory cues, or does that just not really mesh with where your brain is? Out of curiosity. Okay, we want to take this route up here. While also making sure I don't lose sight of the avionette soldiers. Anywhere else that you guys like to hide? Ah, there's one of you right up there. And before you even have time to lift the finger. Nice. There are some cases where I do better with a visual cue, but those are kind of few and far between. I already wear glasses in the first place, so my mind is kind of like I already prioritize what I'm hearing anyway for those reasons. Angie Philosopher says if you hear something happening behind you, of course you react to that, but when the enemy's in front of you, you'd rather look for visual cues. Fair enough. Fair enough. So your preference is visual cues, but you can work with either. Makes sense. I'm sorry, what? Did that teleport? It did. Okay. Don't get too close to it, and we'll do fine. Yeah, I'm trying to think of a time where I rely exclusively on visual cues. I guess on some boss fights, right? Like, I know the question was kind of more generalized than that, but, you know, we're here for Elden Ring, so we might as well talk about Elden Ring, right? A good example of a fight where I rely on visual cues would be Margit? Yeah, Margit would be a good one where I rely on visual cues. Because, like, I can't rely on audio there. The delay is too much. I have to pay attention to what he's doing. Yeah. Delay between audio, like the noise and what they're doing, that trips me up a lot. That's when I know I have to switch up and rely on visual cues. And it takes me a second to get out of that mindset and do it, actually, now that I'm thinking on it. Okay, yeah, I thought I was probably not going to make the jump if I tried that. This feels a lot smoother. This feels a lot smoother, in fact. I'm glad I did that. This door probably unlocks the little storage house. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, that door unlocks that door unlocks this space right here that I'm looking at. We'll definitely go and not die. Let's not do that. We will definitely go take a look at that. I don't believe it has anything useful. I think it's a night spell in there. But, ooh, that could have been a load of bollocks. I am so... Oh, make that twice over. Although, I think I'm actually cooked either way. No, maybe not. Maybe not, maybe not. Jump this way. I'm cooked. We're not really cooked. I'm messing. All I gotta do is just climb back up. But that is a little bit of a foxtrot. I don't like that very much. Also, I'm tired of looking at my dirty character. It's soap time. I wonder if... I know there's a food mod for Elden Ring. I wonder if there's one for other consumables as well. Like a retooling of, like, the icons or something. That would be interesting if people were doing that. This is not the route I wanted to take. We did not reach the root of the problem.
Sure, Jan.
My general rule of thumb, for those that are curious, like, why do you sure Jan yourself? It's because I'm bad at jokes, is really what that parses out to. I sure Jan myself. Angie Philosopher says the creator of the food mod actually made a version that's compatible with Reforged not too long ago. I will have to look. I better write that down actually, because that would be really cool. The one time where I had a pencil in hand. Un momento, per favore. Gotta write things down these days. My memory is not what it once was. Yeah, go ahead. Absolutely. I don't punish people for that. I know some streamers are like, no links. I always just verify the link before I let it remain in the chat. That's all that is. Food mod. ... which I can do right here. You're mostly scared of auto mod? I have that disabled in here. You don't need to worry. You don't need to worry as much, is what I will say. I don't have any form of automated modimation. Modimation. Yes, let's try that again. I don't have any form of automated moderation in here. We moderate everything by hand. The gastronomist mod. Okay, that's cool. With or without the DLC, Shadow of the Erd Tree includes an original French and patches for Convergence, Reforged, and the Clever's moveset mod. That's really cool. Some important items can be sold. Oh, okay. So the compatible version would obviously not sell for 500 runes. That makes sense. That would actually be kind of cool. I would kill. Maybe I'll do that. I'll like change that. I think this is kind of cool. And I'll obviously, if I do this, I would have to wait for it to update to version 2.2.3.4, because I know that's the current patch. I've not downloaded the current patch yet. Modimation, a kappa, right, right, modimation. I probably have undiagnosed ADD, by the way, so people are going to hear me merge words a lot. It's the consequence of speaking really, really fast. I have been told I can speak really, really fast unless I focus. I'm not like XQC. I know, forbidden streamer name has been mentioned. I am not XQC levels of like speaking where you feel like you need an interpreter and captions to hear what he's saying, to understand what he's telling you. But I can fail to finish a sentence on occasion, or more often I will merge several words into a new word that makes no sense, and I'm not even doing it on purpose. I know actively what I want to say. It's just, ow. Case in point, I bite my own tongue trying to speak really quick. That's all. I often try to tell myself to slow down because I know exactly what happens. I know what'll happen if I don't slow down. Case in point. And case in point with your quote earlier. Modimation. That's like Funimation, but no fun allowed, clearly. Random question, I suppose, and this is just to my wider audience in general. Anyone can answer. Anime. Are people anime enjoyers? I will tell folks what I usually say, and that is to say, I am finicky with what I watch. I'm a gamer for a reason. I watch YouTube, so I don't watch much anime. And most of the anime I like is old stuff. One Piece, Naruto, not Boruto. Naruto, Inuyasha, Zatch Bell, Dragon Ball Z, that kind of thing. I do like some anime, but I am not a large anime enjoyer. I am kind of finicky with it. I'm picky. I also don't like Berserk. Angie Philosopher says, yes, fair enough. Mr. Jason said modimation. Whoopsie. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you've discovered that it will be dangerous to visit Animal Crossing New Horizons islands between Sunday the 29th of March and Sunday the 5th of April. The Easter Bunny, right? The bunny that kind of looks like it came out of Uncanny Valley, right? That what you're saying? Angie Philosopher says, of course you only watch the stuff you like. Yeah, I realize what kind of a non-answer mine sounds like by recognition. It's like, oh, I only watch the anime I like. I'm not an anime person. Yeah, sure, Dan. It's the... it's that I don't like modern anime a whole bunch. More than anything else. And I'm also not a huge slice of life enjoyer either. That's my sibling is a anime connoisseur. They watch all kinds. They introduced me to Delicious and Dungeon. That's like the only one I'm considering checking out, and it's not even because I like anime or anything. It's for an entirely different reason. One of my players for my Pathfinder campaign is basing his picks off of Delicious and Dungeons, so I need to be familiar for those reasons. But outside of that, I'll watch anime for research purposes, but not for other reasons. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. Mr. Jason is staying off his island this next week. I hear you. I hear you on that. I imagine Miss Carly will probably also be doing that. And maybe maybe even entire Discords will not want to go visit the mockery of Peter Cottontail on their Animal Crossing islands this weekend. Like that upcoming week. Ah, the spell drink +1. I'm glad I checked that. That's good. We can sell the original. Okay. I think what I want to do is go up to the... Go past Celia for a second. We're technically done with the split, so I'll go ahead and do that. I will go grab the rest site, and then we will come back and fight the boss duo that's here. Speaking of, I didn't have to go very far. Thank goodness. Do I have enough runes? Yeah, you know what? I'll convert them into hard runes. Sure. Mr. Jason says you're kind of sad, though, good sir. It's now more than a week until the official Mango Miso stream week. Well, hey, you've got other streamers to keep you company, right, good sir? You know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, among other things. Let's see, for here, projectile spells aren't going to really work super great. This spell lineup seems reasonable. Yeah, sure. I'm trying to remember the name. Oh, yeah, I'll have to think of a different name for the split, but I know what to call this one. And that is the Nox Monk and Sword Mistress. At least I think I got those names correct. We're gonna find out in a minute. And hopefully not pull too many ads along the way. I would really prefer if I didn't do that. I know what none of this surprisingly, none of this has anything to do with the troll upstairs that we died twice to. None of them have anything to do with the troll. That's probably not getting resolved until unless it's like right at the dead end of this stream. All right, my lovely senators, you guys know what time it is. It is boss time. Enjoy the show, and I'll see you guys after the fight. I will reply to that question after the fight, good sir. Oh, I think, no, neither of them got marked. Sword stress, not sword mistress. Okay. GG, that was easy. Indeed. Very, very much, very, very easy. There we go. Oxmuck and Swordstress. Yeah, they just kind of stayed in a group. This was despite a little bit of inventory management from yours truly. They stayed in a group and just AoE spells took care of the entire thing. Can I say that Rain of Fire is busted yet? It's not busted. It's a slow cast, but it is hilarious how good that spell is. Team Kernifer really knew what they were doing with this spell. Mr. Jason says, out of curiosity, good sir, is the Sonic Adventure games something that you would play in the future? Possibly. I would have to, like, find... I would have to buy a copy, but I could see myself doing that, yes. Adventure DX and Adventure 2 Battle, I would play those. Just don't ask me to play Sonic 06. Don't ask me to do that. Then I'm gonna tell you it's no use. Maybe I'll put that into the okay, I'm not gonna put that into the soundboard. I think it would cause legitimate gamer PTSD if I did that, but it would be funny. Mr. Jason says, Elden Ring, Night Rain of Fire, Hardy, har. Too true. I love my soundboard. I love my streamer deck. This thing is amazing. I love it. Cannot get enough. I don't know how I lived without this. I guess I did, right? I did live without it, but man, it truly is something else. Where did I get this from? I got an Invader's coin from somewhere, and I think it was a loose item. I'm not sure what to do with that. This might be a good time to go actually, like, see if we can upgrade anything. I don't think we're going to be able to, of course, but worth a try. Mr. Jason says, exclamation mark, command, add, exclamation mark, stream deck. Mr. Coin pronounced his love for his stream deck count times. Yeah, it's getting old, isn't it? It's getting old. I know it is. You're glad I like it? I appreciate that. This thing makes my life much easier.
Greetings. Are you here for spirit?
It was a little confusing to configure at first, but I think I've got the general hang of it. I just wish the site that it ran on was a little bit more, a little bit speedier. And I didn't feel like accidentally clicking on something would double click on something instead, but oh right. I'm looking for chaotic, and chaotic at least tier 2, right? I think it's chaotic tier 2. Yes. Oh wait, no. Chaotic tier 3 works. Yeah, okay. There's gonna be a fat chance of that happening, but worth a try. Mr. Jason says, yeah, you're really pleased, good sir. You're just doing what Brits do best and doing a piss take and jest. I get ya. I think I got everything but that. And why can this get decaying? That's a weird affinity for flame. I guess you could do that. I'm not gonna think about it too hard. We're just gonna sell those and go about our business. High spell boost, but I don't know if anyone knows this offhand, but when I was last playing Reforged, Lusat's and Azure's Glintstone Staves both apply to general spell casts. Does anyone happen to know whether that is true or not? Or is it like casts that specifically originate from the staff now, as opposed to it being in your offhand? I'm genuinely curious. I can probably go look that up. I just want to like do a. I want to get information by word of mouth first. Otherwise, I'll happily go look it up. Give me a Smithing Stone 4 video game. I would love that. Don't remove the dagger. Don't get rid of the Death's Poker. Or don't get rid of the Regalia yet. Angie Philosopher says, do you mean like the additional speed or scaling? Yeah, that applies to all spells. It does... Okay. Yeah, like... I guess I'm just making sure, like, you don't need to cast the spells through the staff, right? Let's see what the wiki has to say about this. I'm kind of curious. That'll probably be under a vanilla catalyst change, I think. Advertisements. Yay for advertisements. This would be under... Oh yeah, this would be under staves. Okay, so 50 cast speed. FP cost of sorceries. Good, we use incants. You don't have to worry about that. I'll go ahead and also wink that stuff out for a second. And 5% attack power of Azure's sorceries. Okay. So the part I care about is the cast speed, or like the generic effect. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, you just conducted a theoretical, and if you were to purchase the things that you wanted, the 240 pounds would soon drop to 80 pounds. Oh, hey, I mean, whether or not you purchase those things is up to you, good sir. If you're wanting to pool money for other purposes, don't. If you don't need to pool money for something, do, I suppose. That's kind of up to you. I'm as long as you're fine with whatever choice you choose to make and you don't regret it later, I'll be fine with that choice too. Okay, and then okay, so Lusat's only boosts Lusat's sorceries and not anything else. Okay, well then we could sell Lusat's glintstone staff, I think. And keep the Azure one for like super fast spell casts. I just hope it's one of those. I assume if it weren't a generic boost that the wiki would say such. And it's not buried in a change somewhere else. Quality. Attack, strain, enemy stamina. Yeah, don't need that. Empowering allies raises endurance. You probably don't need that. Mr. Jason says, but yeah, you might hold off. Angie Philosopher says, Lusat's also has higher scaling than any other staff on 99 int. Yeah, because of the, not only because of the effect, but because of the, attribute scaling. Yes, I am fairly familiar with that. Yeah, if this were a Magma Sorceries run, I could do that. Like, fire spells does not only mean fire incants. There are fire sorceries. I could do that, but there's no reason to, given how more of the spells are incantations. That could be a separate exercise at some later point. Like, what if I made the run legitimately harder? Like, but what if magma spells only? Mr. Jason says, plus remembers that he has 12 to 13 packs of Jacobins left. Yeah, it seems like you need more. Too true. Spend on bulk buys. I'm keeping the larder full. That's a better use of your money, personally speaking. Angie Philosopher says, yeah, there's nothing stopping you. There's tons of new magma sorceries. I do want to play with them. I do. But this is not the run for that. That might be worth a... I think if I wanted to do magma sorceries as like its own run, that would need to be a new game plus. That way I could start with the sorceries on hand already. Because there's those don't appear until way later in the game, is my understanding. Don't need the short bow, don't need the Staff of Loss, and I do not need Lusat's. Yeah, we just looked at that. It's the Azure's Glintstone Staff that I care about. I think we'll get rid of this. Yeah, I don't want this item either. I would never use strength in any capacity. Don't need that. And we now no longer need the base Spellbreak Talisman. Nice. I think I've got what I need here. So let's go level up. And then I think we can we might have time for one more split. We might have time for one more split. And then we've got to, you know, call it a day. Call it a week, I suppose. So let's do that. The Celia back streets, because we already picked up what was at the end of the chest there, as well as the rune piece in that boss area. Oh, and the game crashed. Okay. That's rare. Sure. Let's do that. So, it's what, even beautiful. Yes, molto bene. Very good. Very good. Now, I don't know if, the quest DLL is what's doing that, or if base Reforged can just crash like that. I know occasionally vanilla just crashes. Look, gaming is a wonderful place, everybody. Sometimes there are just program crashes. Yes, video game. I am very aware that there is a game crash. You don't need to tutor me on that, video game. Just don't remove my progress. That's all I ask. So don't remove my progress. Okay. Aberration is aberrant, it looks like. Okay, now if I remember here, this place was ass. Absolute ass to, like, walk through. So I'm glad I have torrent for this. Really? Okay. Nice. Easy rune piece. Anki Philosopher says, could just be a random race condition or a spike in GPU memory usage. And since Reforged needs more resources than vanilla, it makes the latter more likely. Yeah, that's fair. I could have probably taken a look at my GPU usage and reported back with a number, but it's not a big deal. It's not like the crash keeps happening. It's happening at random intervals. I'm okay with that. If it happens again, though, I might take a look at the usage number. Stardust Elixir? Oh, right. Isn't that the elixir that makes you invisible? No. Increasing maximum equipment load and reducing the stamina cost of dodging. It's the concealing aromatic. Okay. Interesting. I think those are Reforged specific, now that I'm thinking on it. Alright. I don't think those... Actually, I should check and make sure these guys aren't new or anything like that. No. These guys are just regular old things we've already marked before. Kill it with fire. Okay, but maybe don't kill me with bolts, though. Let's not do that. Now, if I remember right, there's a trap, and it's supposed to spring right there. Yeah, that's what I thought. And there's going to be a few more that pop up on this road, like right there. I'm just going to ignore those. And try not to make the entire church notice me almost impossible. Good. I'm glad that worked. Hello, ma'am.
Who's there? Well, it matters not. If you are wise, you will leave immediately. My flesh writhes with scarlet rot. It is a curse, not to be meddled with by man. You ask that I stab myself with the needle to quell the scarlet rot. But how? Never mind. I've decided I would rather trust you than simply continue to spoil from within. Would you mind averting your eyes for a moment?
Ghastly.
That was easier than expected. But why do I feel so
Poor gal got tuckered out. It's fine. She'll wake up as soon as we rest at the campsite. Or rest site. Why am I calling it a campsite? Man, I'm just using all kinds of words superfluously today. I think if someone heard me refer to the grace site as a campsite, I will be hanged on the street. Let's not do that. And let's never do that a second time. Or I think I might make Elden Ring enthusiasts weep. These are grass sites. These are grass sites where we go to touch grass and not anything else. I jest, by the way.
I hoped to see you again. My apologies for when last we met. I fainted before I could even thank you. Everything is as you said. Since inserting the needle, the scarlet rot has ceased to writhe. Even the nightmares have abated. And now, though I can scarcely believe it myself, I can move as I please. Not that I could ever truly repay you, but I would like you to have this, by way of thanks. A token though it is.
I'm just glad I could help out, Millicent. I'm glad I could help out.
I'm considering leaving. On a journey. With the needle buried in my flesh, I've started to recall, but dimly, my destiny. It's all thanks to you. My name is Millicent. I pray fate permits us meet again. I'm considering leaving with the needle buried in my destiny. I'm considering the needle my destiny.
Okay. I think if we rest here, she actually will leave. Yes, she is gone. And now we need to go over to Gowry's shack. And I don't think this part of the quest is strictly necessary, but I do want to do it. You know, it's all content, right? I want to try to do that as much as I can and not miss codex entries and stuff.
Oh, hello again. Something about this place felt familiar to me, so I decided to pay a visit. Hoping to find someone here, but I've only found emptiness. Perhaps before my departure, I needed someone to say farewell to. Well, never mind that. I must focus on my journey, for which I have you to thank.
You're very
I
welcome,
must
Millicent.
stay strong. Well, I must.
I thought for a second there would have been like a slip of paper there that we could read, but I guess not. It seemed like that slip of paper on the floor there was actually like legible. It feels like it could be something, but I guess not.
Thank you kindly for giving the needle to Millicent. Now she too can begin her journey and stare her fate straight in the eye. You've been a saint through and through. As thanks, I vow to impart to you my knowledge of the lost sorceries of the Selians, descendants of the Eternal.
I doubt I will need to buy any of this, but Night Shard, that's new. Can be used without delay after performing another action. Oh, is this like Swift Glintstone Shard? I think so. I think it's the night version of that.
Oh, you noticed, did you? Indeed, Millicent did visit this hovel of a home. It seems the memories eaten away by the rotting sickness yet remain, but faintly. However, she has no need of me anymore. No, she must embark on her journey and stare her fate in the eye. I mustn't impede. As I've aged, I've found the best way to aid the young is to be forgotten.
Truer words have never been spoken. Angie Philosopher says, "Yeah, and it's vanilla. I live in a dimension that is all of my own. I live in the gap between dimensions. I do not know what is vanilla and what is Reforged anymore." 18 months in the Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild game engine, everybody. I enjoyed my time in those games. I don't want anyone to take away from that I did not enjoy them, not even for a second. But if my lovely audience had not voted for those titles, I probably would have been doing this instead, and I would not have misplaced my knowledge quite so readily. I didn't really have a need to touch Elden Ring. I couldn't even touch Elden Ring if I wanted to during those 18 months. I kid you not. I think this is an excellent place to leave off for the weekend. You guys have been a wonderful audience as always. When next we meet, I will have my soundboard configured on my Stream Deck, and we can have fun with that, among other things. And I will hopefully have some splits recorded ahead of time. Go ahead and do that because we've completed that split already. Yeah, hopefully we will have... I will have some splits recorded ahead of... Or not ahead of time. I will have them logged ahead of time so that I'm not doing this motion. Trying to type and move every which way to make that happen. You guys have been wonderful. On the way out the door, we do take... I'm sorry. I would ask that folks that have not considered checking out the Linktree or the Discord, please consider doing so. You can find my Discord in my Linktree, which is either at the bottom on the description in YouTube or underneath the video player on Twitch where the socials are, or if you're on Kick, I will put out that information right now. And you can also find that stuff on Kick if you jump through my YouTube channel. You can find it through there. Thank you, Philosopher says, thank you for the stream and see you next week. Thank you for hanging out with me, and I hope to see you next week. Thank you so much for the company and for all your assistance. It's been helpful. Even if you know, most of it is just helping me remember things I should never have forgotten in the first place. I appreciate that. My lovely senators and inductees, this has been another session of Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless, all content, asterisk, fire spells only, routing/scouting out. Please do stay safe and take care of yourselves this weekend. Have a wonderful weekend. You know where my hallowed halls are. I will also try to get some of those commercials reworked for Kick as well. I got a lot of stuff to do this weekend. I'll see you guys on Monday. Actually, let me double check that real quick. Yeah, that's Monday. Don't forget, this Tuesday I will not be streaming. I will be out with my mom that day. And I will give her condolences, you know, on Tuesday, of course. See you guys on Monday. Have a wonderful weekend. And with that, goodbye.